All right. Good morning one more time. I want to believe that we are all doing well. We've taken time and trouble to know our neighbors by name and hopefully by their place of work. So permit me to, in a very special way, welcome each one of you for being here on time. Also to our online guests, you are so welcome. I know you were in the lobby for quite some time, but finally we are happy to have you on. We are going to start in the next few minutes, but just to help manage some of our expectations, I just wanted to give some briefs. So in this room, we are quite secure. We have functional emergency exits. Right behind me is the emergency exit, but that is only for those who are participating physically. For our colleagues who are online, I think you are in a better place to manage yourselves. Then secondly, it's been quite a morning, quite chilly. And so I just want to share with us the directions for restrooms for the physical guests in here. Right at the entrance, you won't get lost. On your right, as you just manage yourself outside, is the first one that is for ladies. It is labeled. And the one for the gents is just a step away from there on the left. Yeah, so thank you again. Welcome. In the next few minutes, not more than 5, we should be on. And in our presence, we've already been honored by a number of guests. All of you indeed are guests. But in the house, permit me to just indicate that we already have the executive director of Luigi Giussani Foundation, who, among others, was one of the first people to jet into the room. Thank you so much, Gillian, for keeping time, and your team, Emmanuel and our good admin. Yes, thank you so much for getting in on time. We also have in our midst the program manager for Building Tomorrow. Grace, if you don't mind, just raise your hand so that we may take note of you. Thank you. The other person who is in our presence is the program manager for high school leadership development initiatives. Nicholas, we want to recognize you wherever you are. Yeah, thank you so much for keeping time and being here in person. We have the program manager of British Council, Emily. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for honoring the invitation. We have the teaching and learning expert from Enable. Yes, Elizabeth, if you don't mind, we are happy to have you. We also have the country director of Street Child, Henry. Yes, thank you so much. That name, you share it with quite a number of people in the room, and we are happy to have you, Henry. We have also Noel Rachel Angida, that is representing programs from MasterCard Foundation. Yeah, thank you so much, Noel. And the other guest is Rita from Asante Africa Foundation. Rita, thank you for coming. And we have our colleague from Kukuza Education representing the administration. Yes, thank you so much, sir. We are humbled to have you. Then, of course, this was not in any particular order, but permit me to, in a very special way, also recognize the presence of the Assistant Commissioner, Education Standards, that is from the Directorate of Education Standards, Judith Akurut. Judith, you're so welcome. And also in the house is the Assistant Commissioner, General Secondary Education. That is from the Secondary Education Department, Alfred Jaka. Thank you so much, sir, for being in this place. And so if your name has not been mentioned, it is not that we do not want to recognize you, but we will do this in their seasons. And so all of us are welcome, but at the right time, I will recognize you in person. So thank you. Please feel at home. Basically, in this house, you're able to access Wi-Fi. If you're struggling, please, right in front of us on that board on my left is the access code. We are using Fairway Wi-Fi hotspot. The username is up there, and so is the password. It might disturb you in terms of login. Just get to any browser, and once you have the browser on, you should be good to go. It's quite fast. Yeah, thank you. Permit me to just pause it there, and at the right time, which I told you in less than 5 minutes, we will be officially starting the session. Thank you. I beseech you to give me your attention. The program is on our tables. And so we are starting right there. I know most of us have done our best to sign in or to register, which is a good thing. And so in our program, which is the next item on the agenda, we have self-introductions. But right in there are a number of other brief items that may not be seen. We really appreciate our nation, Uganda, but equally, we acknowledge being a part of the regional body, and that is the East African community. And so with that in mind, we will start with the anthems in the order of Uganda, East Africa, and we shall have a brief word of prayer. And one of our own, Sister Catherine, will be taking us on that. And please, if you don't mind, especially those in the physical space that I can see, we can rise up as we sing the anthems. So we are starting with the national anthem. We lay our future in thy hand, united free for liberty together. Well, yeah, so we will switch briefly to the East African anthem. Yes. Omba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, timize malengo yetu, sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Yeah, thank you so much. Sister Kathy, please.
God, our loving Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We want to thank you for the safe journey mercies that you have granted to every one of us present in this conference. We want to appreciate you for the gift of Peace Uganda and for extending the invitation to each and every one of us here. We want to pray that you may send us your Holy Spirit to guide us during this conference. Send us the Holy Spirit, cover us with your most precious blood, that all the deliberations that we are going to have here may be for the good of our nation and for the good of our children whom we serve. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord.
Yeah, thank you. You may be seated. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Catherine, for that powerful prayer. Indeed, we believe very strongly that the activities of the day are in his hands and all will flow smoothly. One more time, permit me to welcome all of us, the educators, the innovators, and the change makers who are in this room. As your host, I am thrilled to kickstart this vital conversation on education, evidence, and impact. And so let's begin with a quick thought experiment. As a teacher, one of the core things we look at is a starter. In other words, every lesson should begin with something that provokes
scheduled programs that they had today. So they'll be joining us later. I know that our official opening is supposed to be, will be by the Minister of Education, and someone will be coming over later on. I'm also aware and informed that the PS will also be coming over at some point during the day. So, but we decided to start our day so that we catch the time of stopping at 5 p.m. So once again, welcome to our conference. It's the Evidence and Impact Conference. We last had one just after COVID in 2022, and then we have one today. So I want to welcome you today all of you who are here, stakeholders in the education sector. You are either implementing education programs or developing policies for education, or you are running schools, or you are a school leader. In whatever capacity you are in, you are all stakeholders in the education sector. And so today, we'll spend a bit of time talking about education from the various conversations we're going to have through the day. So our program is going to run as is. We'll have remarks, then we might pause the opening until when the right person is in the room. And then we'll have a conversation around some insights, data and insights on the new curriculum. We'll have a presentation on the recent results and what we have observed and found out from the data. And then we will be sharing our models, the PIS models and approaches, which are implemented both in the PIS schools, but also in the government secondary schools and private schools that we support, as we will see. And then we'll have discussions and breakout sessions and discussions where we want not just to, we want to hear from you, not just you hearing from us, but also we want to hear from you. What are you doing? What is your expertise in the thematic areas we'll be sharing? What are your views? What are you doing? What are you working on in those 3 areas we will be sharing? And then, again, we'll have a gallery walk in the groups to see what people have put down. And we will wrap it up, then have lunch. But as we come back from lunch, we will have some video clips playing around, or even during break, we might have them once they are ready. Please watch what will be coming up. And then in the afternoon, we have a panel conversation, which will focus on the whole school improvement approach, the voices of experts and practitioners. So this panel will be composed of, I should say, people from different sectors. I mean, the same sector, but from different levels of the sector. So we have NGOs, we have school leaders, we have ministry, we have the entire team in there. So they'll be sharing with us on some guided questions. And then, of course, there'll be a point when all of us will have feedback based on the panel discussions, and definitely wrap it up at the end of the day between 4:45 and 5 o'clock. We expect our board chair, PIS Global, to be here and close our conference. That's how the day basically will look like. We have put up some pictures or photos, I don't know which right word, that show our work. So feel free to walk during the break this side, my right-hand side, to see some of the work. And if you want to ask any question, please grab NAP staff and ask any question. They should be able to explain any of the pictures that we have. But also, we have in your bags that you have, put in a brochure that speaks a lot about our work. It's a small brochure. At some point, feel free to read through it. It has data and some other models that we use at PIS. Some of them will be able to run through them here so that you're able to see them or understand them quite well. And then later, you feel free to follow up and read them. If you don't have that book, let us know. We should be able to give it to you. So, having said all that, yeah, we'll move straight to this, to share with you a few things from as part of this welcome, but also opening remarks. The conference objectives are 3. We are here to share our experience in delivering quality secondary education and supporting government to achieve its goal. We, as most of you know, run our network schools, but also work with government. So we are here to share our experience. We will also be sharing impact evidence and approaches with the wider sector audience from what we have found out during our work in terms of data, so we know what data is saying around different themes or different areas. And then lastly, we want to demonstrate to the sector stakeholders how PIS system strengthening approach have contributed to better learning outcomes. Part of our other work, as I said, is system strengthening, where we work beyond our own schools, as I will explain soon, working beyond our schools, and especially in the government secondary schools. So system strengthening is the work that we do outside our PIS school network. Moving on, I will share with you our mission as an organization, why we exist as an organization, and we exist to expand access to sustainably delivered quality secondary education across Africa. And there's many ways of demonstrating some of those underlined words, and I'll be able to demonstrate that soon. Access, sustainably, and quality secondary education across Africa. In terms of Africa, as an organization, we are now working in Zambia. We also have presence in Ghana. So we are in 3 African countries, but also exploring opportunities to go and work in other countries. The better way to explain our mission is by sharing with you our strategy, which is still valid until next year. We're just starting off a process of reviewing our strategy, which will be 2027 and beyond. Now, goal number 1 of our strategy is to run an exemplary PIS school network, which is a full-scale sustainable network delivering quality education. As most of you know, I already said this, we run a network of secondary schools, which are privately run. They are owned by PIS as an organization. Many times when we talk about our schools, they say, when are you handing them over? Our plan is not to hand them over to Mr. Chaka, but to keep them and run them, okay? Because they help us to understand the sector better, but also have a proof of concept in terms of our work. So we run a network of secondary schools, 30 secondary schools across Uganda. They are present across Uganda. Of course, the spread is vary from region to region, depending on need. So one of our first core objective strategy as an organization is to run the 30 secondary schools. And the 30 secondary schools are run based on 3 things. One is access. So access, one of the things underlined in this mission, access is about where we construct our schools. So we construct our schools in the hard-to-reach communities, in the rural areas, to serve those children who are disadvantaged, who would otherwise miss out on education if that school wasn't constructed there. Some of you have been to our schools. Some of you have visited peace schools, and you've seen how rural they are or where they are located and the kind of children that they serve. So that's very, very critical when it comes to access in our schools. And of course, most importantly, as I will demonstrate later, is the number of children, the number of girls enrolled in our schools, which is quite critical that we focus a lot on the girl child. Now, the other component of the school is the quality of education. We provide quality education in those low-cost schools. We charge a modest amount of fees, which is affordable by the rural communities, but still provide the quality education. A number of us know that quality education is only in the expensive schools, and so if a school is not expensive, then it is not providing quality education. And that's a misconception we have sort of in this country. So we provide quality education in those secondary schools located in those rural areas, because quality education comes with the human resource that you have in the school, the teachers. It comes with the equipment that you have in the school and the infrastructure that you have in the school. And in a peace school, you find the three present. But most important is the school leadership. Very critical, because you might have the teachers, you might have the infrastructure, you might have the equipment. Without a good leader, you can't have a good school. So we focus a lot on building capacity of our school leaders. And then lastly, the third thing we do under this is to focus on sustainability of those schools. Sustainability means the schools should be able to run independent of any other income, external income. So they should raise school fees. So one of the key performance indicators of our school leaders is to make sure the school is sustainable. They must have the right numbers in the school and then be able to make the school sustainable to run independent of external resources coming in. Of course, there are some that will struggle. There are some that have made it, but we're on the journey of making sure 100% sustainability of our schools. So that's part of our strategy. The other goal too of our strategy is strengthening education systems. Now, we run the network schools, but also support the education sector. Now, the reason we are here today is not just share with you about our schools, but also we are here to share with you our impact, our work in the other education sector outside our schools. We work with the ministry, we collaborate a lot with the ministry to support schools, government secondary schools, and private secondary schools as well, to improve systems, to improve their approaches, but also inform guidelines, policies, frameworks at ministry level, and also work collaboratively with the ministry to build skills amongst each other. As amongst each other, because we all learn from each other. We collaboratively deliver most of our programs, as later we'll know in the day, and that helps to strengthen each other's skills in the sector. So that is the other bit that we do under system strengthening and informing the entire education sector, not just our own schools. Then lastly is strengthening the organization, which is our last objective in the strategy. And this is basically delivering operational excellency, which has to do with our own internal systems, processes. You know, it focuses on the human resource, we focus on the fundraising, we focus on making sure our systems are operational and functional, and we are efficient in whatever we are doing. So this is our strategy as an organization. Again, feel free to write down your question if you have. At some point, we should be able to get in your questions and respond to them. So today, we are meeting to not just share our strategy, but to share with you our impact, our work, our model, and in terms of how we work. Now, our model, how do we explain our model, our approach? How do we deliver all this work? Because we have a model that helps us to guides us in terms of how we deliver, how we collaborate, how we connect with the rest of the sector of education in this country and beyond this country. So I'll very briefly run you through our model. Of course, it's linked to what I have just discussed. It's a 4 sort of phased model, and this explains why we need our schools. So we have the exemplar peace schools, the 30, and we say the peace schools provide the proof of concept for low-cost, high-quality schooling in Uganda and everywhere where we work. So we need our schools to demonstrate a proof of concept, but also, of course, support the vulnerable children who would miss out of education, would miss out, or who might not have access to education. So our programming is anchored from our model, from our peace network schools, from our exemplar schools. It's the foundation for our programming is our schools, because our schools help us to understand the sector better, to understand what works and what doesn't work. Because we can test out anything in our schools as long as it is acceptable, whatever is acceptable, you know, because we definitely abide by the policies and guidelines of the Ministry of Education. So our schools give us an opportunity. If it is a CPD model, we have our schools test it out before we roll it out. Okay? If it is safeguarding, which I know we'll be talking about quite a lot today, we test out the policies and see what is working before we talk to the ministry, before we talk to our schools, other schools, how safeguarding is critical. So that's core to our work. Now the next one now, beyond, after our schools, is now the partner schools. We call them partner schools. The partner schools are the government secondary schools and the private secondary schools that we support as an organization outside the peace network. So that's critical. So from understanding the models, the approaches from our schools, we then move and deliver the same in the partner schools. So the partner schools, peace partners with the government to roll out tried and tested solutions in government schools. As I said, not just government schools, we also have some private schools where we are supporting. So we try out the tested and tried models and approaches once we know that this is working. So that positions us to know the sector, to know the secondary education sector, and be able to inform anything else that is coming up. Now, of course, beyond the schools, because the schools we support or we work, we support are very few, and we do not work in every secondary school in this country. We just have a sample, a few of them that we support. And so for us to ensure the models, the approaches are reaching out everywhere in the entire country, we now aim to share this evidence with the Ministry of Education. So we share evidence to support wider system change. The wider system change aims at us engaging the ministry and saying and working collaboratively, demonstrating to them what works and what doesn't work, and later that helps us to inform the entire nation because the ministry is everywhere. So once we inform the structures of the ministry, for instance, we work a lot with the Directorate of Education Standards. Once we know that we have trained the inspectors across the country, then we know even where we are not working, like in Arua, they are there. When they go there, they will scale up, or they will adopt the systems, they will adopt the approaches, they will adopt the guidelines, and implement them. So that's how it works. And then lastly, beyond national, we do a lot of global advocacy across the world. We attend various conferences across the the globe, talking about secondary education, but also influencing the wider international education ecosystem. So in most cases, you will find us appear everywhere where there is an education conference, both within the region, East Africa, in Africa, and elsewhere. And I know we are connecting quite a lot with the different colleagues, say, to make presentation at CIS, which every other organization here is mostly represented. So that's how much we influence the sector and inform it as well as an organization. So this is, in brief, our model, which we follow. We start with our school network. We work with the partner schools. We work with the Ministry of Education, and then we do influencing at the global level. Continuing to just share our journey as an organization, especially around our school network first. How have we moved since we were established in 2008? How have we moved as an organization from that time? So I'll share with you that in 2008, when we started as an organization, we built one school as a proof of concept. And that school had 299 learners, 58% girls. That first school, our first school is located in Buloba. It's called Onwards and Upwards. And those of you who live along that road should be already knowing it, or even have children or children you know attending education at school. So that was our first journey in terms of our network secondary schools. Now we have kept growing. We've kept growing. In 2012, we had 12 schools. Our number rose to nearly 4,000 students, and 48% girls. Of course, we have the data. We are pulling out the data for girls because we know that in this country, enrollment of girls is a challenge, especially in the communities where we work. So we are very, very particular on girls' enrollment, and we try to create that environment that allows girls' enrollment in our schools. Not just enrollment, but also retention of the girls, because that's very critical to retain girls in school in terms of using different approaches. Then we moved on. In 2014, we had doubled our schools. By 2014, that's when we had 24 schools at 10,000, almost 11,000 students, and again maintaining the 51% girls. Our target as an organization is 50%, 51% girls in our schools, and so we maintained that in 2014 when we doubled our schools. Our schools, as I said, are located across the country, and most of you have seen them or visited them. In 2020, we had 28 schools, adding 4 more schools, educating 13,480 students, with 50% of them being girls. Yeah, that has been our journey. And then 2022, just after COVID, we made the 30 schools. Ideally, the 2 schools came on board because we bought 2 schools which were closing because of COVID. And after visiting these schools, we realized that children in those schools were going to miss out on education. So we went and bought 2 schools, making our network 30 secondary schools. So we had 51% girls in 2022, and our network schools made 30 secondary schools. At the moment, we have in 2025, we still have 30 secondary schools. We haven't added any more, but we are educating 16,629 students, and our girls are at 52%, which for us is a great, great achievement. As I said, we value the fact that we have 52% girls because of where our schools are located. Communities that do not prioritize girls' education. They do not prioritize girls' education. Or at some point, they don't prioritize education across everyone, whether boys or girls. But we try to create that environment that allows enrollment of girls, make sure they are safe in school, and then they are enrolled. I mean, they are retained in school and complete education in our schools. So we know, of course, this achievement is not just us, but every stakeholder in this room has participated in making sure we contribute to the country's education systems. So we want to thank you so much for really contributing and working with us to achieve this. Now, this is the school network, our own school network journey in terms of how we started it, when we started it, and where we are at the moment. Our target is we will still keep at 30 secondary schools. We are not planning to construct new secondary schools. Our secondary schools still have space to accommodate more students. Our capacity is about 20,000, and so we are pushing hard to make sure we hit our capacity as we expand our schools as well. Our target is 26,000 at some point before the strategy ends. So we are still pushing for that and making sure we achieve it. Now, this is the Peace Access journey in terms of the school network. Now, let's look at the partner schools supported. We had a program that we introduced called Inspect and Improve. So I'll share with you quickly. I'll share with you quickly this. So in 2019, we co-designed a program that we called Inspect and Improve. And Inspect and Improve, we worked with DES to introduce the program. And it is meant to, when you go to school, our entry is inspection in the school, and then later support the school to improve. So we call it Inspect and Improve. So we don't stop at inspection. We also support the improvement journey. We know that that has been one of the biggest gaps in this country, that inspection is conducted in schools, but the improvement bit is actually lost along the way. So our job has been to support a selected number of schools, not only to stop to inspect them, but also to make sure they are on the improvement journey. And it takes a bit of time to do that. So we kicked off with 10 schools in 2019, reaching out to 5,830 students. It was mostly in the eastern side of the country, where these 10 schools are located. So as a pilot, this was a pilot by then, to see how can we support the sector rather beyond our own schools, okay, and contribute to improvement, because we know what works in our schools and what has worked well in terms of improvement. Now, in 2021, with support from the MasterCard Foundation, we added more schools. We enrolled more schools, 40 schools, making it 50 schools. And so we continue to demonstrate that when you inspect a school and continue to improve it, support them to improve, you actually get better learning outcomes at the end of the day. So again, this is a conversation that will come through during the day, but that is something we have kept doing in the 50 schools, 10 plus 40 that we picked up at that point. Now in 2022, we went ahead and added more 150 schools making that 200 schools. Again, this came because the ministry colleagues were concerned that we were only working in 50 schools, yet we needed to have a national presence. And so when we picked the 150, they were across the country, apart from a few areas that we didn't go to, like the Karamoja areas, and then the Arua West Nile areas. But the rest of the areas, we have presence in those places. And that is in about 64 districts where we have presence in terms of the Inspect and Improve program. So that is how we have expanded our program. As I said, our program focuses on inspection, but also school improvement. And beyond that, we have support systems that continue to support the schools until when they improve through a school improvement plan model. Now, in 2023, we discussed and realized that we had left out private schools. We thought we wanted to demonstrate our models as well in the private secondary schools. So we picked up some 15 private schools to see, even to learn, the differences between a government secondary school and the private secondary schools, how they can adopt, how quick can they adopt our approaches, our models that we'll be sharing with you soon. So we have been working with 15 private schools and still supporting them in the journey. And so we have 215 schools being supported outside our school network as an organization. Now, in 2025, of course, we have the 215 schools, as I said, and we continue to support the partner schools. And of course, we hope to scale down in 2026 in terms of that support to the 215, but also scale up at some point. We are part of the MasterCard Foundation LEAD program. Most of you might be knowing it. Leaders in Teaching program, which is going to be expanding our work into over 2,000 secondary schools. So we'll be scaling down this work in terms of our own supported schools, and then scaling up using the MasterCard Foundation funding to over 2,000 schools, 1,000 government, but also 1,000 private. So that's how our journey has been under the system strengthening schools or partner schools that we have supported. Yeah, I want also to show you something very, very briefly as I come to the end in terms of our academic performance as a network school, outside secondary schools. Now, we at PEAS, and this is an evidence and impact conference. So I want to share with you some of our data. This has to do with academic performance from 2018 to 2024. It's about how many years? 6 years? 5 years. So I want to share with you this. We rate ourselves against the national in terms of performance. We look at our performance against national and then compare whether our network schools are either above or below the national what? National performance. And the graph, you can see, the graphs show you the performance between PEAS network schools and the government and the national performance. So from 2018, you can see our network school was at 50 in terms of performance. Division 1 to 3. This is Division 1 to 3 secondary, S4, S1 to S4, S4, UCE. So 2018, 46% is national, and we're at 50%. We're above by 4%. And then in 2019, we surpassed national by that. There were 49, we were at 61. In 2020, the national was at 58, whilst we were 63. Then in 2022, the gap narrowed between national and the peace network. We're at 61, all of us. And then in the 2023, we had 64 national, and then, no, 64 network, and 66 national. 65% national. I mean, national. So that is how our data has looked like. But that's not what I wanted to show you. But I think what I want to show you is this. That 76% of peace learners who sat UCE scored A2. This is now for the new curriculum. In 2024, we didn't put that data in there, but in the new curriculum grading, which you all know, which most of us know, if not all of us know, so 76% of peace learners who sat UCE scored A to C grades in at least 5 subjects out of 8 or 9 subjects, based on our analysis. And this is available in the brochure as well. You'll be able to see it. So in the new curriculum, of course, the grading changed from division 1 to 3 to a different grading, which we have all known now. So, but our analysis focused on A to C, which is what we call the super grade, or quite a grade. So that is how our network schools performed. Now, actually the main conversation is here. So our schools are located in the rural areas, as I mentioned that. And so in most cases, our admission policy is that we admit every student who has passed. And every student who is allowed, accepted to sit senior 4, we admit them in our schools. So we don't have cutoff like many schools have in this country. Now, you will see from that data is that the average PRE performance of learners admitted in peace schools. Now, division 1 is what? 9%. Those are the children. So majority of us children that are admitted in peace schools are between division 2 and what? And 3. Okay? That is 68% and 19%. And if you put the two together, I think you're about 80 what? 87%. Now, those are the students that we get into our what? Our schools. They averagely perform at division 2 and division 3. They fall in between there, but majority division 2. But at the end of the day, the key conversation here is the value add, is they end up performing and being able to pass and transition from O level to A level or to other institutions. So it's about the kind of students we admit, and at the end of the day, by the time of exiting secondary, in what grade have they passed. So there is a bigger and higher value add in most of our schools compared to other schools, depending on the children we admit. Of course, there is a big debate in this country. So like if a school says our cutoff is 6 for PRE, our admission cutoff is 6 or 7 or 5. Some of them I think go 5. Now what do you expect at senior 4? They will definitely be the best performing students. Okay? So we've encouraged, said, if a school, whichever school, I don't want to mention any school, but that school that admits a child with 5, can they admit a child with 27? And at the end of the day, we see how much value add they have added to this student to make sure they are passing in the better grade at senior 4. All right, I want to close it here, and thank you so much for listening to me. my job was to provide you with an overview of who we are, what we do, our strategy, and how we model and how we approach our work at Peace. I want to thank you once more again for coming. And I know, as I said, we will be having our opening remarks at the right time when our guest of honor is in the room. I want to return the mic to the MC. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you so much for the hand clap, but I think we will give him a befitting one. That would reserve for the area LC1, but the country director, given the impact he has shared with us, I think he deserves much better than that. Yeah, so let's together put our hands together to just thank him. 1, 2, 3, we go. All right, thank you. We will agree later on how we will be appreciating some of these people. Yeah, so Henry has shared quite a lot on the work that Peace Uganda is doing. He quickly, just to remind us as we move to the next item on our agenda, he was quick to share with us the program. He gave the objectives of Peace, the fundamental objectives for this conference, about 3 of them, just precise, Peace sharing their experience, their impact, evidence, and approach. And he was able to just briefly highlight those. Then the system strengthening impact, how the journey moved from 10 to the 215. And I can't wait to see the impact that they are going to share on the 2,000 schools that they are going to support through the MasterCard Foundation project that he has just articulated. Then the other thing he talked about was about the mission, the Peace mission, anchored on 3 core pillars, that is access, quality, and sustainability. Of course, admitting that when we say Africa, promoting equality in African schools, the work of Peace is not limited only to Uganda, but it is ongoing in Uganda, in Zambia, and Ghana. And of course, he shared the 3 core goals about Peace, setting an exemplar Peace school network, strengthening education systems, but also making sure that there is operational excellence, that is strengthening their organization. He talked about the model, the Peace journey from 1 school to 30 secondary schools in those 24 different districts. And of course, the biggest impact came from the work under the Inspect and Improve, where Peace has been collaborating with the Directorate of Education Standards represented in this house, working in over 60 districts. And of course, Henry, thank you for being a bit vulnerable with the data on academic performance. Of course, it started so nicely, you know, with Peace up and going. But the last 2 years, there has been definitely some improvement also on the side of government. And we need to commend government, the government representatives in this place. So we will give them an asante sana as well. Okay, 1, 2, 3, we go. All right, thank you. And friends, we have been sitting for quite some time now. Before we go to the next speaker, I am being reminded that our breakfast is ready. And I want to pick on from what Henry indicated in the program, that we will have a lot of walking. The old adage goes that work without play makes Patrick a dull boy. But just imagine sitting without walking around. What does it do to Patrick? And so we will take a moment to just walk outside as we receive breakfast, and we utilize those few minutes to just connect with each other. If you have questions that you want to ponder on regarding what Henry has just shared, and you need further clarification, I think the team in white is up and ready to, give you further in-depth explanations on that. While Henry purposed to join and comment here, we were graced by the arrival of one of our own, and that is the executive director of Uwezo, Uganda. I want to believe, all right, I'm just told that she has just sneaked out very briefly. But I will do that when she returns. So without much ado, we can just humble ourselves briefly to bless the meal. Father, we want to thank you for the breakfast that you have provided. We believe and know that all these things come from you. So we pray that you bless it and use it to nourish our bodies. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. So with that, I wonder if we are going to use any order. We are not going to restrict. Okay? This is a very inclusive environment. So my sister Maureen at the entrance, and of course Tracy will guide us as we just march out briefly for the breakfast. Pick it and make yourself comfortable as you engage. Thank you. All right. I hope it is in order to welcome you back from the break tea. I know we have just about 5 minutes possibly to complete the tea break. And I wanted to use the time, one, as I engaged with the country director, he's open to receiving 1 or 2 questions which he can respond to. So if you have any, please reflect and share that he may respond to that question. But while we were having the tea break, we were graced with the arrival of the program manager at Raising Voices, and that is Yvonne Laruni. Yvonne, please, you can just raise your hands since you are still busy. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for turning up, for honoring the invitation. We also received John to Musime from Annabelle. John, wherever you are, we just want to take note of your presence. John might have just walked out briefly. Yes, I was about to recognize the presence of the ED, Uwezo, whom I think is still outside. But when she returns, I'll be happy to recognize her presence. We've also been graced by the arrival of the education manager at VVOB, Bram. You are so welcome. We are happy to have you in the room. So, colleagues, as I indicated, as we open the session after the tea break, any questions, any reflection points from the country director's communication? 1, 2, wooden hat. Do we have any? And if there is none, okay. So we have one from Elizabeth. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Yeah, my key question is on the data that he presented last. That very beautiful comparison of the network schools of peace and also the government schools. I was wondering also if behind that data there are other data communicating dropouts, communicating trends, like how does the girl child keep at school, things like that. But majorly dropout. What's the dropout rate, or isn't there a dropout?
Yeah, I think Henry has taken note of that. Any other reflection point that we can share with him and he responds to them at once? Maybe one more. Yeah, we have one from Judith.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. I'm just reflecting on the director's presentation in the morning, and also looking at the trend from 2019 to 2025. I really appreciate this effort in increasing access and quality to secondary education. However, from his communication, he says 2025, you have 30 schools, 16,629 students are enrolled in those schools. I see an increase in the number of students in those schools over time. But he also made a comment that they will not have more schools with time. Reflecting on your mission of increasing access and quality of secondary education. So, with reference to your mission, please increase the number of schools. You only have to change the model and maybe get into bigger schools with bigger capacity, considering the increase in our population. I see, I don't want to call it a crisis, I see an increase in the need for secondary school education in the next 5 years. One, uptake is increasing, and then two, the population is also rising. So we are going to get into a situation where we shall need more schools because we have more learners enrolling for secondary education. So if you stop at 30, then what happens if there are more learners? So let us work together. Government is building schools, yes, but it does not stop other partners from also taking part in providing quality, in increasing access and also providing quality education. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Judith. I think we are following that order now. From Judith, we go to Alfred.
You know, teachers, you have a problem. When you speak while seated, you feel that the message has not reached. So I'm requesting that I speak while standing. First of all, Director, thank you very much for the presentation. And my interest has been drawn to two things. One, the invitation letter I received, but two, the theme for today, which is Peace Uganda Evidence and Impact Conference. Your presentation was very good to give us the whole story of where we started off and where we ended, and the figures. When I received an invitation, I also had a lot of expectations, and I thought we are going to be taken through a very rigorous impact evaluation report, indicate having baselines. But today I have seen your presentation. One, it didn't show us the baseline. Do we not do any baseline as we are rolling out this program? And I answered that question myself. I felt that I needed to share with my colleagues how I solved that paradox that I had, because I wrote a lot as you are presenting. At the end, when you closed, and as we were going for break tea, I asked myself that what would have happened in absence of this intervention? The 30 schools, the support, the partnership with the government, the partner schools, and the global advocacy. And I felt that you need to add either a para or a slide to demonstrate the cumulative numbers that have been accessing secondary education in these schools, and if possible, also do a tracer of where the graduates that went through the peace schools are now. And this one will further bring out the impact of this intervention. Otherwise, thank you very much.
I wonder if we have more reflections, or we first allow the country director to respond to those. Then later, in the later sessions, we will have more reflections.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Patrick. And thank you, the participants, for the questions that you have asked. I'll start from Mr. Chaka's question or comment. Yeah, so you're right. We haven't done the cumulative numbers from when we started, from the first school up to today. How many children have gone out of our schools? That cumulative number. We are going to, we have it somewhere, but we'll be adding it to our data that we'll be sharing with the people, with the stakeholders. But we do have the data from the day we opened our schools in 2008 up to today. How many schools have the peace schools educated? How many children have the peace schools educated since then? And I know there are thousands of children, if not close to a million. So we'll be looking at that data. Yeah, and of course, tracking the alumni. That's a program we are starting off soon to track our alumni, to know where they are. We have a few that we have been tracking, and we know for purposes of impact stories. So we've been tracking some, and we know where they are. We know how much they have achieved in life, but we will also be adding that to our impact story. But thank you for raising that. Madam Commissioner, Stand Commissioner, yes. So we thought we would continue to build more schools as an organization, but also realized that, of course, government was coming up and building also schools. So we usually, and our mission was, and our aim was to build, or is to build, a school where there is no other school, not to appear like we are competing with government or any other provider of education. Because we want to reach out to those students who would miss out of education if that school was not there, or if there is no school. Of course, we also know that over time, government has built schools where we have a school. And obviously, we have no control over that. And we can't guarantee that government will not build a school nearer where a peace school has been built. So at the end of the day, we put a stop to that because we didn't want to appear like we are competing with other providers of education like government and others. But at the same time, in our schools, the other internal decision was to expand our existing schools as opposed to building new schools, because the existing schools still have space to accommodate more students, including expanding where space is limited, because the enrollment varies from, right now, it varies from 350 students, our least enrolled school. We also have 1,400 in one of the most populated schools. So it's between that. But majority of the schools, maybe half of the schools, still have space to accommodate more students. That's why we are at 16,000 right now in terms of admission, but our space is about 21,000. Meaning we are open to having more students. We are open to having more students in our schools. And because of that, we don't want to build more, yet we have space in our existing schools. But at some point, it's not closed 100%. We are open to rethinking building more schools in the future, just in case we hit our capacity with the existing schools. Yeah, the last question or comment was from Liz, next to me here, on the dropout rate. I will ask our male person to respond, Alea, on the dropout.
Thank you so much. I'm called Leah. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. I've been corrected to stand up. I'm called Leah. I'm Peire. I'm the statistician working with the male unit for Peace Uganda. So our dropout rate is 4%. That's the average dropout rate per year. And looking at the absolute numbers, ISOR is around 700 learners. And about 56% are always girls. Of course, as a network, we are putting up strategies to increase retention of both the boys and the girls. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Leah. Thank you for Henry's communication as well, especially the response that he has given to some of the points which were articulated by Alfred, Judith, and Elizabeth. So, friends, we are headed for the next session, and the session lead shall be Joseph Mwegombi. But maybe before we sign off, as I welcome Joseph to take the floor, we've just witnessed the arrival of my namesake, Patrick Kaboyo, the National Secretary, FENE. Patrick, you're so welcome. Thank you for honoring the invitation. Yeah, so without much ado, permit me to hand over the mic to the next presenter, and that is Joseph Mwegombi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Patrick is my brother from another mother. Thank you for the drive in this room. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join the earlier speakers to welcome you and thank you for prioritizing time to be here with us today, including the online teams that have found time to follow these proceedings. My name, as mentioned, is Joseph Mwegombi. I work as a system strengthening manager at Peace Uganda. Primarily, I am a teacher, and I love teaching. So this session is largely going to interest us into insights into UCE data, especially referencing the baseline UCE scores under the lower secondary curriculum. And I will take off a few minutes to have those insights, but also share opportunity with you to give reflections about what the data is speaking. As a keynote, I just want to mention that when the new curriculum came into play, as a network, we had to adopt a new metric for identifying the quality pass. And what we currently use as a network is that we track the percentage of learners who score between A and C in at least 5 subjects out of the 8 or 9 subjects that every candidate is expected to sit at UCE. So when the results come, the analysis of the quality pass in the network is informed by the percentage of those learners who score between A and C in at least 5 or more subjects. And then that percentage now informs the level or quality of performance for the network. And now you are aware that this is the very first of its kind, and therefore we are treating it as the baseline that is going to inform and support the comparison of performance in the following years. Previously, before this intervention in the old curriculum, we were computing the quality pass based on the percentage of children who score between Division 1 to Division 3 in UCE. So we look at the current approach as a near, if not equal, level of comparison to assess the quality of learners and their performance. Now, based on that yardstick, I'll be sharing quick insights from the 2024 UCE results in a sample of schools that was done in districts where peace networker schools are located. And when we took this sample, we collected a total number, feedback from a total number of 210,669 students from 2,275 schools across 71 districts, where peace either operates the schools or supports partner schools. And from the analysis, we realized that slightly more than 75% of learners in those schools were able to score between A and C in 5 subjects or more. 75% of the students, the candidates in those schools who sat UC in 2024, were able to score between A to C in at least 5 or more subjects. I hope you get the analogy. Okay? But when we compared that data to include mathematics and English among the 5 subjects, because the 75% was based on any subjects that a child sat. But when we include English and mathematics, we realized that this percentage dropped to less than 50% for both boys and girls. And that's the reflection that these graphs communicate. The green graph shows the scores and analysis for the students, for the 75% who scored in any of the subjects that were analyzed. And then this drastically dropped to less than 50% when English and mathematics was included in that analysis. Now, one interesting thing that I want you to know is that these results reveal a stronger link with PLOE. Learners who scored well in UCE in math and English, for example, had also performed well in mathematics and English at PLOE and vice versa. I want you to take note of that consistency. There was a research conducted by UEZO in 2024 which revealed that there is a bigger challenge even at primary level. For example, the report revealed that only 2 in 10 P3 to P7 pupils could read a P2 level story and do basic arithmetic. I think you should have access to that report when it was released, and we are only making reference to it. And that data revealed a drop from 3 in the report that was produced by UEZO in 2021. So we are picturing this such that we are able to track how the problem starts, and then we understand or we appreciate how we can support in looking for solutions towards improvement. Now, when you look at these results, they significantly show that there is a gap in numeracy and literacy at both primary and secondary levels. Okay? Now, the question comes, we know and we appreciate that as the policymakers, as partners in the education space, we have done a lot to support, to make interventions to support improvement. But the question remains, what more can we as policymakers and education partners do to strengthen the foundational literacy and numeracy skills such that the learners are better prepared for secondary education and beyond? How can they be in position to be supported to even when they get to the workspace and life after school? I think that's an interesting question. I would have loved us to have quick opinions around them, but maybe it can flow through as we get responses at the end of my presentation. Now, to delve deeper into the data on PLE and UCE performance as a comparison, still considering the same sample of 210,669 learners in 71 districts. The correlation is reflected in this slide here. You will note that the correlation analysis for the 2024 UCE results and PLE results of children under the same cohort, by the way. That is one thing we need to note. The correlation is considering learners who sat PLE and the same learners who sat UCE. And the data is revealing that there is a statistically significant positive relationship between PLE and UCE results. Okay? When you look at that graph, it actually reveals that the better grades at PLE, learners who scored better grades at PLE, which is now the lower side, on my left side, we are looking at 4 aggregates, we are looking at 9 aggregates, and pushing towards the other side. So the learners who scored better grades at PLE equally demonstrated the capacity to do better at UCE and getting better grades at scoring between A and C. Okay? So that is an interesting insight, and you can see that there is a close correlation between the score for both female and male, although females reveal a slightly weaker level of performance. Now, we narrowed this to our network. The other picture was revealing what is happening in the 71 districts with all the schools where we extend support or operate as a network. But looking at the 2,600 candidates sitting UCE in the 30 networker schools, we realized, according to the UCE results, the learners who are less privileged, like most of the learners in our PZ networker schools, because the location of the schools itself communicates the kind of learners that we observe to support. Considering their capacities and the abilities and kind of support they receive, they are under the less privileged category. Okay? But the information shows that there is a consistent trend each year. On average, about 83% of the learners scoring between Division 1 and 2 at PLE. And those learners go on to achieve quality grades at UCE. As you can see, the first 2 slides speak to performance in Division 1 and 2 over time. For example, the first bar in dark blue indicates a 94% score in Division 1 and 71% score in Division 2 in 2020. And then the orange bar reveals that score in 2022, green in 2023, and the lighter blue in 2024. But when you look at that score and compare it with the performance in Division 3 and 4, you note that there is a significant gap, ranging between 90s and 70s in Division 1 and 2, respectively, and then ranging between 30s and 20s in Division 3 and 4. While it is expected that top PLE performers have higher chances of success at PLE, the key question here is that how still as partners and as innovators and policymakers, how can we best support learners who start with weaker grades at PLE to improve their outcomes and narrow this gap in performance? That's an interesting question. Also, we need to reflect and also as a take home, such that we reflect some of these reflections as we set policy, as we innovate programs to support the improvement journey at secondary school level. I want to keep my insights at this point and possibly get a few reflections from the House and then see how we move forward. Thank you so much.
Yeah, any quick reflections for Joseph to take away?
Thank you so much, Joseph, for the comprehensive analysis. I wanted, based on that slide which is on the screen, I presume that that analysis is showing the overall UCE performance over the years from 2020 to 2024. I was inquiring, do you have an analysis that shows, because when Henry was presenting, we're having equality, all learners are admitted from Division 1 to Division 4. Have you tried to track admission of PLE, especially those of Division 3 and Division 4? Those, to me, that's the category I would pay attention to. Those who go Division 3 and 4 in PLE, how did they end up at UCE? Such that, because they went through PEACE, what did PEACE do to the grade 3 and grade 4? At what level did they end at? That's what I wanted to find out from you. Thank you.
Thank you. There's another hand.
Thank you. My name is Bram Thibault from VVOB. So knowing that there is a strong correlation between the results of a learner at PLE and UCE in the English and mathematics. In other words, if the learner is doing well at PLE, he or she is also likely to do well at UCE and vice versa. So having this information, I wonder, what do you do with that information? Does it mean that learners who do not so well at PLE, once they end up in the P secondary schools, do they get some special support to make sure that they do at UCE level? Or is that not something that you do? Perhaps you could clarify a bit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph, for that brilliant presentation and the statistics that you've shared. I don't know whether you are coming to this, but is PEACE thinking about looking at other outcome indicators besides the grades? Since we are looking at holistic education, we are looking at competencies, we are looking at soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Joseph, I think you can take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. I will respond to some. Mel is available to give further insights into the data in relation to the first and third question. Maybe I can let Leah give us the details around the division 3 and 4 comparisons, and then if we have other indicators considered besides the grades.
Yep. Thank you, Joseph. Looking at the graph which is projected on our screen, it shows how learners in different divisions at PLE performed at UCE. For example, the learners who came in with Division 1 at PLE, how did they perform at UCE? And looking at 2020, those who were in Division 1, 94% of them managed to score Division 1 to 3. And for those who are in Division 2 at PLE, 71% of them were able to achieve Division 1 to 3 at UCE. So to answer your question, Emma, where do those who come in with Division 2 and 3, how do they perform at UCE? That's what the graph shows. Yeah. What was the other question again?
Other indicators besides the grades, do we have that as a consideration during analysis?
The question was about the other learning outcomes which are tracked in addition to academic performance, right?
Yes.
We usually look at the participation in co-curricular activities. Maybe the head of school network could support, but even something to do with safeguarding.
Yes.
Thank you very much. To answer Emily's question, it's not only academics that are considered as the outcomes. As you can see in the pictures, our children enjoy a curriculum that is not only focused on grades, but they also have skilling, practical skills that can support them in the areas where they come from. And then there's also robust life skilling for them. Many of them come to our schools with very low confidence, with very hard conditions like trauma from the past, and they're dealt with at school. So by the time they graduate from our senior 4 or senior 5 classes, they are more confident, they have practical skills, and then they have life skills like other soft skills that can help them to be able to integrate into the community and be of use to the community. I hope that answers the question. Yes, yes we do.
Yeah. Emily, we do have that data. Every year we conduct what we call a perception survey to find out from learners their level of participation in co-curricular activities, the clubs in schools, and the general experience in school. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Dan, you want to add something? Oh, all right. Yeah, so thank you, Leah. Thank you, Maureen. And just for emphasis, at an appropriate time, you can feel free to look at our gallery and maybe during the breaks and just have a feel of some of the indicators of extracurricular activities that support the children, as Maureen mentioned, as part of engagements beyond academics. The other question was about data. What do we do with this data? Especially appreciating that there is a stronger correlation between PLE and UCE, and especially in mathematics and English. Is there a special consideration for these candidates as a network? I would say currently no, because we don't have a specific special program that acknowledges such candidates. But the critical thing that we need to appreciate is that by the model of the fees that is paid in the network schools is already a form of support, given the amount of fees that they pay, either as day scholars or as boarding students, and then the friendly terms of payment of that fees that enables the children to keep in school. In a way, it is an enabler that supports their accessibility, keeping in school, and being able to attain the quality education that they deserve to. Okay, Dan, you can have Patrick. Dan has a comment to add to this.
Can as well, yeah, to add to what Joseph has shared. Every year we do a literacy and numeracy assessment test for those who come in school, especially S1 and S2, and then we try to establish at what level they are at when they enter, because given the geographical location of our schools, we know the challenges at the primary schools where they come from. So in there, we integrate some remedial lessons for them. We try to get a cohort of teachers who really support these learners to try and catch up. And that explains, when you go back to the data, the kind of value add, the impact it can have. It can really have impact. Unfortunately, we are not able to process the detailed data behind that, but it's available. That's why we keep doing it. So incorporating or integrating remedial lessons in the normal school timetable helps a lot for these learners really to catch up in terms of literacy and numeracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think there are no more questions. I'd like to thank you so much for listening. Back to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Joseph. I think we can give him another round of applause. As we wait for Patrick to take us to the next session, in terms of presentation, I want to take the opportunity to welcome our commissioner, Madame Juliet Muzora from the Government Secondary. She's here to also officially open our conference as our PS, Minister of Education, on behalf of the PS. Madam Commissioner, the people before you here, who are seated in this room, majority of them, all, if not all of them, are education stakeholders. They are from peer organizations that work in the sector, in the education sector, implementing education programs across the country. We also have donors that donate to the sector as well, but also we do have those from the schools, school leaders in this same room that are attending the conference. We are meeting today. I'll just flash the objectives of the conference, why we are gathered today. As an organization, we're here to share three things. Share the peace experience in delivering quality secondary education, and of course supporting government to achieve its goals. We not only deliver quality education in our own secondary schools, that is 30 secondary schools, but also we work collaboratively with the government to achieve its goal of providing education to the students in this country or children in this country. We are also here to share our impact and evidence and approaches with the wider sector, to just say we know from our network secondary schools, we know what works, and we are happy to share with our colleagues what we think works and what can improve learning outcomes for our students. And so the whole day today, we are sharing data, we are sharing evidence, we are sharing approaches that we know help all of us to improve the schools, especially secondary schools where we have expertise, because that's our area of focus. And then lastly, to share with stakeholders the peace system strengthening approach, which is contributing to better learning outcomes. Our system strengthening approach is where we work outside our network secondary schools and contribute to the wider sector in terms of influencing systems, influencing frameworks, improving schools where we are able to reach, but also working collaboratively generally with the Ministry of Education. So those are the three conference objectives that we are discussing today. And at the end of the day, we'll have gone through all the three. Once again, I want to welcome you to the conference. And the participants will join me to welcome you here, to give your opening remarks, as I know we are tight on time. So thank you. Please join me to welcome the Commissioner.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much, Peace, for this arrangement. And thank you all the education development partners for your physical presence here. It's beautiful to know that there is a strong team behind the sector. I come in, as you have heard, representing the permanent secretary, who has had conflicting priorities. And I bring you greetings from the PS and the team she leads, and warm greetings at that. The Peace Uganda country team, the education development partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, and the media. I take the opportunity to welcome you all to the Peace Uganda 2025 Evidence and Impact Conference today, a conference that is organized skills, co-curricular values and competencies. I'd like to applaud all our education development partners that I see here, and specifically PEAS that has converged us here for the support in ensuring that the teachers are supported. And as you know, a well-supported teacher is a confident teacher, and a confident teacher produces confident learners. I urge all partners, especially PEAS, to continue supporting teacher development and prioritize ongoing training and peer learning networks to build a culture of professional growth. Ladies and gentlemen, no child can learn effectively unless they feel safe and protected and valued. So safeguarding is therefore not optional, it is a duty. As leaders, educators, and educationalists, we must ensure that every child is shielded from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. We thank PEAS for PEAS has ensured safety of learners, not only in their 30 schools, but also PEAS has supported government and other private schools to ensure that the message of safety is emphasized in the schools. The ministry continues to strengthen safeguarding policies, to promote child protection clubs in schools, and to encourage reporting mechanisms where children's voices can be heard. I call upon all school leaders and all players in education space to make safeguarding of children and learners a daily practice, not just a policy document, but let us work together towards implementation of this to zero tolerance to child abuse. Partners like PEAS have been instrumental in supporting learning of every child, and I'm aware that many cases of pregnant girls or young mothers have studied in PEAS schools and successfully transitioned to higher institutions of learning and later attained relevant skills. I would like you to join me to applaud, to give a bouquet of flowers to PEAS for this intervention. Thank you for giving hope to these children. I appeal to every stakeholder to implement the Ministry of Education and Sports policies, one of which is ensuring there is safety in school, and also to ensure that there is retention, access and retention and completion. And this can only be done if we give opportunity to these children that have dropped to come back to school. As a ministry, we would like all schools to improve their performance across the country. And this performance is not only academic, but holistically, as I found you discussing, whether the indicator is only academic. So as ministry, we would like all schools to improve their performance across the country, although we are aware that there is limitation of resource, and that's why we applaud our partners for the hand of support. We have partnered with PEAS and our project Inspect and Improve to inspect 215 government and private secondary schools and monitor their improvement, and working with them on the school improvement plans. We thank you, PEAS. Thank you. We thank you for this initiative has already demonstrated positive results in these schools. I'm aware an expansion is underway to reach out to more schools and other leaders in teaching program. And we thank MasterCard for partnering with Peace to package this and to bring it on table. And as a sector, we are very optimistic that this will not leave us the same. It will add value, like you mentioned. It will be a value addition intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to once again thank Peace Uganda for establishing 30 secondary schools and educating over 16,000 children, secondary school students in those schools, which is a huge contribution to the sector and to the nation at large. Most of these schools are in hard-to-reach communities serving deserving, vulnerable children. I further thank Peace for organizing this conference to discuss and share critical issues on education, which of course affect the sector. We value Peace, we value our partners, we value everybody that is here today, because if you're for us, then who can be against us? So you're either for us or against education. And whoever is here today is here because of the passionate commitment to ensuring that we have improved delivery of education, so that we sing and affirm our vision that we are to deliver quality education and sports for all. We value as our education development partners, and specifically Peace, because this is your day, we do value as our acknowledged education partner. We look forward to having more collaborations and support in the education space. I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me, and I would like to wish you a good and fruitful conference today. And at this moment of joy, I hereby declare this conference open for God and my country. Thank you.
Yeah, your silence is deafening. Yeah, so it's an opportunity for us to also return the favor. The people would say to revenge, okay? Yeah, you've said, she has guided us to say thank you to Peace. But also, we do not take your presence and your communication to us for granted. We know for certain that you have quite a load of programs on your table, and for you to make off time and be here with us is a mouthful. So we want to thank you. And so, friends, I will request that we thank her with a parliamentary clap as Mama, okay? So let's do a parliamentary. 1, 2, 3, we go. Yeah, our carpet is not the best, so you can't get the noise, but I'm sure the message has reached. Yeah, thank you so much. So just for Commissioner to take note of the partners who are in the room, we have Luigi Giussani Foundation. Please just raise your hands for, yes, thank you. We also have Building Tomorrow. Building Tomorrow, the representatives, they've been in, maybe they've just marched out. We have a representation from High School Leadership Development Initiatives. Nicholas, I want to believe you're still around. Thank you. We have representation from British Council. Yes, Emily and Tim. We have Enable, the team from Enable. Yes, Elizabeth has just marched out. We have Street Child. Yes, thank you. MasterCard Foundation that has just been commended. Thank you, Noel. We have Asante Foundation. Thank you, Rita. We have Michael from Kukuza Education. Thank you, Michael. Then we have Owezo. Owezo, Uganda. I have been talking about this for some time. Thank you. We also have representation from Teach for Uganda. The MD is in the house. So, Charlotte, wherever you are, thank you so much, Charlotte. Yeah, and we have been also graced with the presence of our own from the Directorate of Education Standards, our good director, yes, Francis Atima. You're so welcome for joining us. We also have Henry Mugisa from, yes, thank you, Henry, the Principal Education Officer there, and many others. So, friends, permit me not to waste a lot of your time. I think, Joseph, you're still on after the reflections. Okay. So, now that Joseph is done, we will dive into our next program, and I will invite one of the tallest gentlemen in the room. I know Bram can give you a run for your money. So we have Daniel Chasanga, who is the head of quality assurance at Peace Uganda, but also the deputy country director, to take us through the next component of our agenda. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Our invited guests, we are really honored. Thank you very much for making the time. Our chief guest and the director, Education Standards, you are most welcome. This session, we are going to look at our evidence of action, what we really do as peers in key areas. We are going to share our approach in areas of leadership, school leadership, and management. We shall also look at the teacher development area, which our commissioner has emphasized here as really being critical in improving schools. And then, incidentally, Madam Commissioner, all the areas you mentioned are the core that we want to share. You highlighted safety or safeguarding, ensuring that our learners are really safe at school. Those are the key areas we are going to share here. Our approach, and then we shall have some breakout discussions. We'll come back and share what we've discussed, and then we shall wrap up for lunch. From our experience as peers, these areas we focused on, we've been can improve, and you are the one to drive. So that is the cycle, and we really wish to say great thank you to Secondary Department and the Directorate of Education Standards for giving us the opportunity to work in this space. Because when we started with 10 schools, the Directorate of Education Standards was saying, let's try and see whether this really works, whether it can really work. It was evaluated, and so we try to encourage these head teachers to forget the lamenting and focus on making small steps that can drive school improvement, those small interventions. What recommendations can they pick from their inspection reports that they can act on and really push to improve their schools? And that was the cycle. And with the partners, with the government, we've been trying to, we do the school inspections in these project schools together with the Directorate of Education Standards team. We've done the monitoring, and this year and part of last year, we are really very grateful that the Directorate told us, don't focus on inspection now because we are going to do this. Can you work more with the secondary to drive improvement and focus a lot on driving school improvement, supporting schools to improve? So we didn't budget for supporting inspections in government secondary schools this time. And thank you very much, government, for that. Now we are supporting schools to act on inspection recommendations to ensure that they improve. So we support the school leaders, really, to set performance targets and small action steps that they can take within their means, without lamenting about what government has not done. You know, we don't have a computer lab, we don't have a library, my school cannot improve, and so on. But to focus on those real resources within their means to drive the improvement. Then we monitor school improvement, we call discussions, we have phone calls, and now we are going digital. We are testing out the digital school improvement tool, well, of course, with government, to ensure that we can track these performance targets, how the school leaders are taking on their targets, and hold the conversations virtually to support them to meet their set targets in these schools. So, in summary, that is our cycle of school improvement that we are, of school leadership development. We are open, of course, for school leaders to really reach out. Most important is being available to support them. They have a lot of issues. Sometimes we can consider them minor, but to them, those are the big issues. So we cannot underrate any phone call that we receive from these school leaders. It is really an issue, and they need help, they need support. So being available is very important for them. This is what the evidence has shown, what we've done from our school leadership approach over time. These are all external researches that have been conducted, and they are open. If you want to study more about them, they are really available. So our school leaders have made more progress with school improvement initiatives. Once school leaders approach you for support in school improvement, we found, for example, a school leader who came around and requested that, you know, Daniel, can you support me with how to manage a staff meeting with the teachers, especially this time now that there are teachers who are paid higher salaries than the head teachers. They find challenges managing some of these in the staff room. Okay, so building their confidence that, you know what, you are the head teacher, you are the head of this school. Can you emphasize that to this teacher? Because you are the head, you are the chief executive of this area, of this school. So please sit confidently in your place and drive policies. What is government telling you to do? So many of them improved their leadership approaches on how to manage their schools. Also strong leadership and management, such as having a clear school vision and frequent inspections. Inspections drive better school improvement. School leaders knowing that this is where I'm at and this is what I need to do to improve. Having those continuous conversations about improvement is key. And then effectiveness of the professional development approach. Never forgetting that continuous professional development is very important for not only the school leaders, but also the teachers to address all those gaps that they have. Like I said earlier, being available to support. What we've learned about what works for leaders, our approach, school level autonomy, give them space to try out and then be available to support. We give them independence. In the network, our school leaders really take decisions. We only support them to make data-informed decisions or decisions that are driven by school-based data. What is the data in the school telling them? Then high-quality tailored support. Support them continuously, and accountability for performance. Accountability, both soft and hard. I hope you understand when we say both soft and hard. Accountability. Especially, you have to be available to build the capacity. That is also support. You give them time to learn, to grow, and so on. But also hold them for underperformance. Our school leaders know that certain areas are no-go areas, especially safeguarding areas. And some of them are here, they can testify. Okay? So safeguarding areas, issues to do with the, financial accountability and so on, we really hold them accountable. So, but after supporting them to get there, to really understand what we are driving at and knowing the vision. I'll request, is Unia around? Okay. I'll request Unia here to take us through the teacher development area and what PIS is doing in this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I want to run you through our teacher development program very fast. So we have what we call our PIS Top 10, which are based on the practice that goes on within our network of schools, but also grounded in a body of evidence from cognitive science about how the brains learn. So all that we design and do is aimed at ensuring that we improve the learning outcomes of our learners. That's why even our classroom practices ensure that we focus on those brains of the children to ensure that they are effectively learning. So the PIS Top 10, as you see it here, informs our classroom delivery as a network of schools. It goes right from the planning and preparation, how our teachers are guided to plan and prepare for their lessons. So all our lessons are planned around a consistent structure, and the structure is what is given there as we start with the starter, and then we have the I do, we do, and you do, and then the plenary. The I do is where the teacher does the introduction of the lesson. That is I, the teacher, I do that. Then we do is when I, the teacher, is working with the students. Okay, so there is that gradual release from the teacher as an individual to the teacher working together with the children, and also the children working together in pairs and groups up to the time we allow now to do another level of gradual release to the independent practice, where each student is now able to, on their own, do a piece of exercise. And then we have the plenary. That's as simple as what our structured lesson plan looks like. And then, as stated in the structure, our lessons begin with a written starter that reviews previous learning and also ushers the students into the learning of the day. And then the lessons also provide regular and extended opportunities for independent practice, as explained earlier. In group 2, we have the assessment and feedback. So once you get the structure right, within the structure, it will guide you on how the lesson will flow to allow, as I said, for the gradual release of new content to the children, but also to ensure the children are learning. So we ask questions and ensure that all students are involved in answering. And then before moving on, we check for understanding, and that's all by way of asking questions, giving short assignments, and then we ensure that we adapt teaching to the level of the students based on regular assessment. So that is what is in that section. But it all flows within the structure that we have made above under the planning and preparation. We also ensure that the classroom delivery is effective. So any new content is presented in small steps as we do a kind of iteration of back and forth, just to ensure that before you move on, everyone is on track. And so students are empowered with relevant teaching aids within the lesson. And we try to integrate effective pair or group work in our lessons to drive collaboration and peer learning. Lastly, in group 4, we have the climate for learning, where we recognize all students' efforts, and our teachers endeavor to create such a good learning environment that makes students to understand that mistakes are part of learning. We don't look at mistakes as grave as someone who has committed an offense, but we make them to understand that mistakes are part of learning. They shouldn't fear to put up their hands and voice out whatever answers they have for fear of being reprimanded. Because even when you give a wrong answer, we know how to praise and deal with that. The classroom culture is positive and respectful, and teachers our schools by independent researchers. In Uganda, UCE results at peace schools have been higher than the national average for the last 6 years, which we really think is a plus for us at peace. But also to note is that peace has been accredited as an official CPD provider in Zambia. I think at the start of the presentations, our country director must have mentioned that we have presence here in Uganda, in Zambia, and Ghana, where we do education services. And in Zambia, we have been accredited as an official CPD provider. So what have we learned about what works for the teachers? What are some of the lessons that we have picked as peers as what works for the teachers? How are you able to have the teachers work and create a conducive environment for the children to learn, especially given the background of our children, as already stated by the previous speakers? We have learned that effective and consistent school-based CPDs are vital, all right? Is in a given school. Even as we run the network of the 30 schools, they all do not have the same needs. Their needs differ. And even within a specific school, you realize that different teachers in that school have different needs. So our CPDs at the school level become effective because they will target very specific needs that are in that school. Then we have also learned that building in scheduled time for practice is the most effective way of helping them to deliver. Building in scheduled time for practice, okay? So that the training and all the knowledge that is being delivered is not a one-time practice, but it's constant and followed up through mentoring sessions, coaching sessions, lesson observations, giving them feedback, and helping the teachers to grow. The other lesson we have picked is that a cycle of practice, observation, and feedback gives teachers a chance to master areas of improvement. And also empowering school-level structures creates school-level accountability and collaboration.
Thank you very much, Julia. Of course, the road is not smooth for teachers in our network always because, you know, the payment areas for government and they're overwhelming for us. So every time we keep on training, Maureen, please.
we are privileged to have you here. At Peace, we are focused on the area of safeguarding because of the nature of students we deal with and the area where they are located. We know that in the rural areas, education and all these things that are enjoyed in the urban areas are scarce there. So the parents still struggle with so many things: their culture, the environment in which they live, the availability of services. So it's very education. Make it hard for awareness on issues to do with children's rights, the nature of abuse and how it shows up in families and at school. All those things are not known there. So in our schools, we ensure that our children are taught about their rights and responsibilities, and that they come out as assertive students or assertive boys and girls, but not rude. So it's important for us to ensure that there's a lot of capacity building for our teachers, for them to focus on what they learned in college, but also to see the children based on the kind of area in which they are and the challenges that they face. So we engage our parents as well, we engage teachers, and we engage the children themselves, ensuring that they are aware of what abuse is and what a protective circle is for them, so that they are able to achieve their full potential at the end of that day. We ensure that prevention is done, right from the enrollment of teachers into our schools, the staff that work with them from the country office. We make sure that we have a robust system that will be able to check who is in touch with the children and who is working with them, that they don't pose a threat to them at the end of that day. So in our prevention as well, you notice that we have a celebrated inspection routine. And because of that, we focus on everything, from the toilets to the classroom. The environment in which the children eat, sleep, and learn should be safe for them to feel comfortable, but on top of that, to be able to interact with each other without abusing themselves or abusing the adults that deal with them. We also are big on reporting, and in our reporting, we focus on our CP, our child protection policy, but we encourage all forms of reporting for the children and for the teachers. Our teachers are able to report any form of abuse in the community that's happening with the children. The children can also report to our teachers what's happening to them at home and in the community, or what's happening within the school itself. So we use all forms of reporting, from anonymous reporting to structured reporting. Our senior women are very active, our teachers themselves, and all staff that work with Peace Uganda know that it's important for us to do our work and be sensitive to the needs of children, that in case any abuse is noticed, they're able to report. We've had a number of cases that were reported by people you'd not actually think would report. For example, drivers that go to the community or go to the schools. Everybody is aware. So one of the things that we make sure at Peace that everybody knows about is how to keep children safe. Not only the children in our schools, but the children in the community around us and the children in our own homes. All the children that are in our care or in our environment, we consider them as children that need safety and safeguarding. And then we also make sure that we respond in time and also correctly to everything that the children raise as abuse towards them. So we respond with promptness, making sure that our senior women, the matrons, the teachers, and everybody that's working with children knows the structures we use for reporting. We assign case managers at the country level and at the school level as well, and these are guided by our procedures. We have an investigation handbook. They are guided by our policy and also guided by the guidelines concerning child safety in our schools. So it's important for us to always focus on our principles as an organization. We have external evidence, and it shows that Peace schools enroll more girls And because we enroll more girls, as I said earlier, we need to be very careful to ensure that their education is not affected by the culture around the people and the community where they are. If you notice, I will invite you to look at the pictures. You will see that our girls engage in activities that you would think culturally they may not engage in. For example, you've seen some of them riding bicycles. We are grateful to the management of Peace that they saw that in some areas girls were not safe. Girls were arriving at school very late because they have a very big load of housework. And because of that, they were provided with bicycles, and they have added another layer of safety for our girls. So also external evidence shows that we have stronger child protection policies, and also our training is robust. And then we implement at both schools within the Peace network and in the government schools that have been entrusted to us. I'm privileged to inform you that we have engaged all the schools that are under the Inspect and Improve project in the area of safeguarding, and they have appreciated it so much. And we believe and we see from the officers that deal with them that there's a change in so many schools where children were reporting neglect, for example, or even forms of abuse like corporal punishment. So there's emerging evidence as well that shows that our collaboration with government and our school leaders from the government schools has led to improvements, not only in their schools, but in the communities. As you see there, this evidence is collaborated with members that have surveys that have been done and reviews that have been done, and you can check it out on your own to see the amount of data that's there, and also be able to replicate that in your organizations and in areas that you affect. What have we learned that works in safeguarding in our schools? All right. Sorry. Yes. All right. We believe that, and we see, children are a priority in our schools, and their well-being is important to us. We notice that children that feel unsafe in school or feel unsafe at home cannot score well academically. If children don't have a good relationship with their teacher or the adults in the community, they will not score well. So my colleague mentioned earlier that we have a perception survey that happens every year to get the students' views on how comfortable schooling is for them. We also interview teachers to see their interpretation of our policies and also what's happening in the relationship with them. So the well-being of our students is very important for us. We are a child-centered organization. Our learning is child-centered, differentiated, and also gender-focused. We build expert staff across the organization. We do CPDs for our teachers. We support our teachers and children in mental health, for example, how to handle stress and how to handle other aspects that may affect the teaching and learning relationship or even the environment itself. And we ensure that our board of, for example, our board of governors for the schools and the PTA, then staff members at the country level, our contractors, the people who build the schools and do different services at school, all of them have to be taken through the child protection policy. They must know before interacting with our children how they need to interact with them and how Peace expects them to handle issues to do with relationships with them. We have ongoing evidence, evidence-based progress, and our policies and protocols ensure that we have up-to-date, accurate, and relevant data on safeguarding concerns, like I mentioned earlier, from our perception survey, and also from focus group discussions. One thing that I found interesting with Peace when I first joined, whenever you go as a staff to the schools, you must hold a focus group discussion with the children. And you randomly sample who you're going to talk to. You cannot leave a school without talking to the children, especially the girls. Even if you talk to 5 of them, find out how learning is happening for them, so that as you report, in your report, you mention how the children are actually seeing school from their point of view, through you as an emissary of the country office and also of the other stakeholders. Then we have a zero tolerance stance to abuse. And there's data that shows that there are many people that we have chosen not to continue working with as teachers, as staff members, as even heads of school, because they breached the child protection policy. So we do not tolerate any form of abuse. As an organization, it must be known, appreciated, and also emphasized with our partners, with the people around us, and even amongst ourselves, that we prioritize and we treasure abuse-free environments. Why? Because our children cannot reach their full potential. They cannot achieve their academic goals. They cannot be the change agents and the transformational children that we would like them to be when they grow up if they still face abuse at school. We want them to be able to have an environment where they can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. When Maureen is presenting it, you think that it is such a soft journey to get there. She hasn't shared the, the harder bit of getting there, dealing with the communities when she has to disagree with the police and so on certain issues and so on. But it's hard work, really, keeping children safe in school. It's really hard work. And especially these days when we have all forms of abuse. But we are trying to get there. We are really trying. Because the children are our customers. Now we want to get into some activities. We want also to hear from you, from those three thematic areas we've shared: leadership and management, teaching and teacher development, and then safety and safeguarding. Those are the three areas. We are going to take off on the 10, 15 minutes. Joseph, 15 minutes or 10? Before lunch. Anyway, if lunch is ready. But we have some questions. Leah, we get those questions. But we are going to have three groups. This group here, which has the Luigi and the MasterCard and the colleagues, we are going to focus on teaching, teacher development. Okay. This is a group which has many seniors. We are going to look at school leadership and development here. And then we have the people who deal mostly with the children. Maureen, did you select the sitting? How come? Okay. Here we are going to discuss the safeguarding, child protection and safeguarding area. We have some questions that we are going to reflect on. And do you have some? Can I get there? Yes. Emma, Grace, you'll help me lead this group here on the teacher development area. It's there. Leah, can I have? Mr. Kaboyo, you'll help me lead this group on the school leadership area. It is Grace. Give me. Hey, where are the safe? Yvonne, will you lead this group? The safeguarding, what school-based approaches to CPD in secondary education? Yes. Yeah, you can take this. You know these things. Okay, you can answer any three. Are they answering all? Okay.
I beg to leave.
Yes, madam.
Teacher, you hope us do the right thing. Yvonne is leading us.
Sorry, did I allocate you? You can join. Okay.
Go there.
Okay. Feel free. We have 5 minutes. 5 minutes remaining.
Protectors are the perpetrators. Protectors turning into perpetrators. Reach of. And then also the thing is, we have policies. And here, we mentioned here policies, but most of them, even when they are taken, they are not effective. And there is and we shall answer that the question, the government will bring a directive, they'll bring a policy, but it is not effective. It may not be
Which media house?
So the other is around the dissemination.
My email.
The next question. No, it's they have no paper. Dissemination of policy. Dissemination and implementation of policies and directives.
Another one. Yeah, we have 2 more questions. The next question is how can policies be consistently implemented?
3 minutes.
Formation of committees, that was the first question. We need to know how policy can be implemented. Another answer should bring sensitization. Let me come. We can be rating them here.
I think the very first dissemination is really
This is dot.
collaboration with partners.
Robust dissemination.
For example, government may be limited in resources, but different partners, as they go to their schools, they go and disseminate.
We have 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Then we go for lunch. Group leaders, can we get set? Eh? Yeah. Can we wrap up? Can we wrap up? Can we wrap up? Grace, can we put our presentation up there? Can we put our presentation here? We are going to have a walkthrough. I hope we've finished. Kindly, let's wrap up. That's enough. All right. Leah, can we stop there and we... Grace, please, let's... Can we close? It's okay. No, no worries. No worries. It's okay. Okay, the safeguarding group put up there. Leadership, let's put up here. We are going to start with the... You are not ready. Have you got masking tape? Who's going to present? Okay. Yes, we are going to come.
In the meanwhile, put
Masking tape. Oh. Joseph, have you finished?
So let us all stand up. Let's stand up.
Let's stand up and start with the leadership area here. We can converge around the leadership. Hello, can we are listening from the leadership team here. We can come nearer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Emmanuel Nalumenya is my name. By the grace of the Lord, I'm the head teacher of Unsanji Secondary School, one of the partner schools with Peace. I'm glad to be here. I'm looking at school leadership, and the first question is, what leadership practices most improve teaching and learning, and how can they be scaled? The members of the group have proposed a number of interventions, and the first one is effective communication. Scaling effective communication through regular meetings with both staff and students. These meetings for staff can be weekly in form of weekly briefings. They can also be monthly meetings where you can also have beginning of term, end of term. And for students, there can be class meetings and weekly assemblies. Then also communicating through circulars to all the other stakeholders, to the parents and guardians, and the ICT facilities can also be used through SMS, through WhatsApp, through media. All these are different channels depending on what is to be communicated. But in principle, communication must be regular, reaching out to all stakeholders. The other point is supporting teaching and learning through regular lesson observation and feedback, and making sure that the teachers are aware of what is expected of them. You closely follow up the teaching and learning through lesson observation. And that is one of the ways of improving the learning outcomes. The other one is continuous professional development. Those sessions must be regular to support the staff, to make sure that the staff are aware of the current trends. Then also reviewing progress periodically, making sure that whatever is put in place is reviewed to find out whether it works or it doesn't work. And if it doesn't work, it can be improved upon. The other aspect is data-driven decision making. This is through academic progress, following up the performance of the learners so that interventions can be put in place. The other one is attendance of both teachers and students, as well as other staff, tracking their attendance and making interventions appropriately. You realize absenteeism of teachers and learners is a critical challenge. So following up attendance is very, very important. But this must be based on data for proper decision making. The other aspect is school improvement planning through regular inspections. The inspections will inform the improvement. So it is important that inspection is routine. And then the gaps that are discovered can be addressed through the regular school improvement planning. That was question 1. Question 2, what specific support, training, tools, structures would help leaders to be more effective? Continuous mentorship and coaching. The skills of leaders need to be enhanced all the time. That is why continuous mentorship and coaching is very critical. Integration of ICT, the use of ICT, integration of ICT in teaching and learning is very critical. This enables the staff to be dynamic and to use up-to-date methodologies to enhance the learning outcomes. Question 3, what barriers hold leaders back and what actions could remove or reduce them? One of them, lack of management and leadership skills. The intervention is training and continuous professional development. Training must be ongoing so that the skills are enhanced. The other challenge is the salary disparities. One of the ways of mitigating that is engaging in projects, motivating the staff to engage in income generating projects is very, very important to address such issues as salary disparities. This may be beyond the school, but as school leaders, it is the responsibility to make sure that the staff are motivated to engage in other projects to enhance their incomes. The other challenge is cultural barriers. This is again through sensitization to address. People need to be sensitized. People need to be educated about the trends so that they appreciate and be able to adjust accordingly. Question 4, what could schools districts or partners do differently to strengthen leadership, accountability, and motivation. Coordination, close coordination between the different stakeholders. Developing programs together, working together, and supporting one another. This would go a long way in improving the educational outcomes at school level. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, our leadership group. And since they are the leaders and they came first, their time was open, but the rest, you are going to have 3 minutes. And we are going to teacher development. Patrick, can you post the teacher development questions? 3 minutes. We are here.
Okay, so we are waiting for you to come and join us. I will ask one of our group members to read their questions since we didn't write them here, so that you can know what you are trying to address. Where is the question?
There. What school-based approaches to CPD, e.g. mentoring, peer observation, collaborative planning, lesson feedback, work-based in secondary education? Thank you.
So we looked at 3 approaches to school-based CPDs, and we thought that coaching and mentorship are actually good approaches to use, because coaching provides the teacher with feedback that they can act on in real time to be able to improve their classroom effectiveness. And secondly, we also looked at communities of practice. And we see that through communities of practice, peer learning is fostered, peer collaboration, and we also see collaborative, teaching and learning, because we've seen that teachers tend to collaborate when they are teaching, and so this approach is an opportunity for them to do so. And even when they are struggling in a given area, they are able to shadow other teachers to be able to see how they are doing it, so that they can perfect their school practice. And then the third one was really around school-based workshops that should be based on the needs of the teachers. So teachers' needs should be assessed, and then those workshops are tailored so that they can meet the needs of the teachers. The second question, please read.
Number 2 says, how can CPD be structured so that teachers change classroom practice and not just gain knowledge?
Yeah, so how can they be structured? We thought that they should be structured based on the needs of the teachers. They must be tailored so that they are meeting the needs of the teachers. And secondly, we thought that there has to be like some sort of structure that is followed in terms of monitoring whether these CPDs are effective. Because when it is left, without a structure, then everybody gets to do it ad hocly. But there has to be a structure that needs to be followed for this to be effective. And then lastly, we also looked at alignment with government policies and CPDs that are existing. So one of our members told us that there are CPD guidelines that we need to follow, and therefore that if we can align with those CPD guidelines, then we can really have effective CPDs. We also looked at barriers. What are some of the barriers to CPDs? Obviously, time and resources, yeah? Because we see that most of our government schools and even private ones are not really resourced enough. And so the limited resources prevent CPDs from happening in school. And then secondly, we saw that there's a lot of competing priorities. Teachers have a lot on their plates. And so you find that sometimes they don't even have time for professional development, even when they desire to have it. So how can we ensure that even when we are setting timetables, yeah, especially for school leaders, how do we ensure that there's time factored in the school schedule for CPDs so that teachers can continuously be fed, because you can't feed from an empty cup. You always must have a full cup so that you can be able to fill others. And then lastly, we looked at lack of leadership, yeah? So I could say inadequate leadership, because we have school leaders in the schools, but some of them actually don't support the CPDs, and therefore they feel like it's not important, and therefore they don't give it attention. So how can we actually empower our school leaders so that they are able to really prioritize CPDs and know that they are equally important if they are to have effective schools? And then lastly, we looked at mindsets. Mindset is everything. If you have a positive attitude towards something, it will definitely work. But if you have a negative attitude, it doesn't work. So teachers need to have positive attitudes towards CPTs, as well as the head teachers. They need to really understand that CPDs are equally important if they are to be able to, one, improve their schools, but also be able to impact on the learning outcomes of children. And then finally, our last question was around
practical steps be taken by schools, districts, and partners to strengthen teachers.
Practical steps. So the first one was adequate funding. It's I think the most obvious. We need to be able to allocate enough funding to CPDs. If we are going to, if we are going to empower teachers to become the kind of teachers we want them to be, we need to invest in them. And therefore, we need to invest in their learning. Secondly, we also need to enforce existing CPDs if they are available. So we are told they are there, so let us enforce them so that these CPDs are equally, they are followed and done in the right structure so that teachers are able to benefit from them. And then the last piece was that in the ecosystem of the child, the parent plays a very pivotal role. And so we cannot negate the contribution of the parent when it comes to teacher development. So really the parents working alongside the teachers can bring about, a whole school transformation. And therefore being able to endeavor to ensure that the parents are actually engaging in the learning of their children, they are following up on the work that the children are doing, and also being able to give feedback where they see gaps so that the teachers and the school leaders are able to improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Teacher Development Group. I think they deserve another clap, please. Thank you. Yes, safeguarding, 3 minutes. Can we?
Thank you so much. My name is Fred Sembeguya, the head teacher at Riverside High School, Mbazi, in Impigi, and a partner school with Peace. We looked at 5 questions. The first one, what are the biggest safeguarding risks in secondary schools? We looked at the distances traveled by most rural students to reach schools, and we realized that they find a lot of challenges along the way to and back from school. Then the second one, the level of vulnerability. We are mostly considering these ones who are in rural. For example, poverty, disabilities, exposure to risks, behavior. Then most importantly, these days we have that problem, the risk of internet. They are exposed to social media, they use phones, they use laptops, computers, and they access content that is not good for them. Then we also talked over mental health concerns that arise from especially substance abuses. That is very, very key in the schools of late. Then the domestic abuses. You realize that the community from where they survive, parents fight, parents beat them, and they are always involved in settling conflicts that do not even concern them, and this affects their studying. Then the last one that we looked at is sexual abuse from adults and violence. This one is also common with them. Then the second one was what actions are already working well and what can be scaled. We looked at what is already existing in schools. We have counseling and guidance sessions that are taking place in schools. Then peer-to-peer support is also existent in schools. these students help each other, especially you find that a section of students find comfort in sharing their problems with their fellow students, and they get counseling from their fellow students. Then child protection policies and frameworks are existing already. The government has a framework that is already in existence, and different schools have got these child protection policies. Then lastly, we talked of the child protection support structures. For example, we have the senior male, the senior female teachers existing in the schools and trying to do what they are best to ensure that they put down some of these challenges. Then the next question was, what are the key gaps in child safeguarding? The key gaps that we saw include dissemination and implementation of policies. Yes, we talked of the framework, the child protection policies being there, but the implementation of these is not properly done. Then parental involvement, especially in secondary schools, is still lacking. If you compare primary and secondary, in primary, parents are so keen on what happens to their children, but with the secondary schools, most parents don't take chance to know what is taking place. Then the weakness of the legal actions. This is another very big problem. You get a victim, take them to police, and some police officers, I'm sorry to say if we have police officers around, connive with the victims, and everything is messed up. Then we have the capacity building of actors. This is also lacking. Most people don't know this information, especially on how to handle how to handle child protection in schools. Then protectors turning into or turning against the turning to be the perpetrators. Teachers are meant to protect the children, but we have had cases where teachers become the perpetrators. So this one is a very big gap that is existing. Then on the other question on how can safeguarding policies be consistently implemented, we looked at dissemination and sensitization processes to be intensified, stakeholders to be engaged frequently, the parents, the law enforcement officers, the government, the teachers, and everyone to be engaged. Then strong monitoring structures at school levels to be uplifted, collaboration with partners, then strong legal actions to be enforced. Lastly, what can schools, partners, and government do to promote child safeguarding? We talked of in schools, for example, timetabling of counseling and guidance sessions, not to be optional. We should have at least sessions weekly for the learners. Then integration of child protection into school activities, MDD activities, sports activities, dramatizing some of these issues. Then lastly, we talked of inspections to prioritize child protection issues. Most inspectors, when they come to schools, this issue is not taken seriously. They look at administration, they look at classroom, but little attention is given to child protection. So inspectors should prioritize child protection issues. I thank you for listening.
Right, thank you so much, Bwana Fred. Friends, we are not going to request you to sit down. From where you are, we will immediately switch to the next activity, and that activity will suddenly take us outside. I am being told that none of us is allergic to water, but even if there was one, we have a team that is going to direct us without stepping in the rain. So don't get intimidated. Sarah is right at the door. But secondly, allow me to pass on this communication that we were unable to come together and reconnect or reflect on these different questions because of time. And we are going to have plenty of time after lunch to have an opportunity to share into the discussion that has just been done. And so I want to request Teddy. Teddy is just going to pray for our lunch. And right after that, we'll be on our way. Thank you so much, Teddy.
Okay, let's humble ourselves and pray. Oh God, we thank you for today. We ask you to bless the meal we're about to receive, and we ask you for more strength and presence in the afternoon. Amen.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, that was the Holy Spirit guiding. So we, in no particular order, we are now free to move down. We have just about 40 minutes, maximum 40 minutes. Then we return and go into session. Yeah, Sarah is at the doorway guiding us on the best path to utilize our property. Whatever, you don't need to carry your entire sitting room to where we are going to have the meals from. There is a team that is going to remain here to take care of everything. Yeah, so it is a safe and a conducive space for all of us. Yeah, so bon appetit to each one of us. Thank you, Fred. All right. Good afternoon, friends. Yeah, I want to just take the next few seconds to welcome us back from lunch and just hope we moved safely and we are back in one accord. Yeah, so thank you for managing time, especially going down and coming back. And we are really grateful that the journey has moved on well. So as we reflected before we went for lunch, we indicated that there would be an opportunity for us to feed into the sharing that was done. And indeed, that will be undertaken. However, a slight change to that is that we will have the panel discussion. Then after the panel discussion, quickly we shall reflect and bring this conference to a close. I mentioned severally in the previous sessions that we had the presence of the ED of Uwezo, and I am glad to submit now that Dr. is in the house. Mary Gorety, you are so welcome. Thank you for being with us. We honor your presence. Yeah, so with that, just permit me to introduce the team that we are going to have in this session. First and foremost, friends, turn your attention to this. The panelist that I'm introducing first, she has 13 years of experience working in schools to prevent violence against children. She is the program manager for the Good Schools team at Raising Voices. She oversees the Good School Toolkit in more than 2,500 schools across Uganda. She holds a BA or a Bachelor's of Arts in Human Resource Management and a postgraduate diploma in Project Planning and Management. And currently, she is pursuing an MA in Management Studies. Please put your hands together to welcome Von Laruni, who is also the MyLead Leadership Fellow. Please come and take your seat. The second panelist is an educationist, a head teacher at that. He's the head teacher of Nsanji Secondary School, not far away from our location in Wakiso, part of the Inspect and Improve project. He is also the patriotism coordinator for Wakiso B. So never mind the colors he will wear today. He's the chairperson, Education and Training Committee, Wakiso Secondary School Head Teachers Association, that is Wakisha. He's a peace mentor attached to Kibale High School, Namutumba District, and Banda Secondary School in Namayingo District. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Nalumenya Emmanuel. Thirdly, I don't think I even have the right shoes to introduce this panel member. But please, permit me to just mention a few things. But most of you will agree with me that she has a long CV that the time we have would not allow us to introduce her. So the third panel member is the director for the Directorate of Education Standards, Ministry of Education and Sports. But formerly, she also served as Commissioner, Secondary Education Standards at the Directorate of Education Standards. This shows that she was a teacher and went through the ranks until this very point. It's long. But please, let's put our hands together as we welcome our one and only Francis Atima to join the panel. Joining her is another educationist. This gentleman is a teacher, but currently is heading one of the peace schools in Mitoma District, and it is called Peace Bridge High School. He has served in the school for over 14 years. He's an experienced educator. He's a visionary leader, one of a kind within the school network. And I will request you again, please put your hands together as we welcome Hassan Sentamu to join this panel. And the final member of the panel is one of the distinguished tall gentlemen in this room. A teacher by profession, started as a classroom teacher for about 3 years, moved to deputy head teacher, and served later as a head teacher for about 8 years before he transitioned into peace as a senior inspector of schools. The gentleman I'm talking about is the pioneer of the Quality Assurance Unit, or what we now pride ourselves with as the Inspect and Improve project. which is system strengthening. He's currently the head of Quality Assurance Department, but also he doubles as the Deputy Country Director. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Daniel Chasanga. And friends, before I relinquish this very privileged position, the gentleman going to take over and engage this rich panel, which definitely I may not measure to it, is the gentleman I am introducing. This gentleman taught in secondary schools. I am not saying schools from 2006. But he went further and taught at the university for 3 years and joined education development space since 2021. At the moment, he is the program ideation and design manager at Luigi Giussani Foundation, where he is in charge of design interventions geared towards teacher professional development, life skills and values for in and out of school youth, among others. He started as a diploma holder. He went to degree, he did his master's, and currently he's pursuing his PhD in curriculum instruction and pedagogy. His greatest interest is actually in supporting teachers. The gentleman going to take over the interaction is none other than Emmanuel Adengo. Let's put our hands as we welcome him to start off this discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, my brother from another mother, Patrick, and I think you are referred to Dan as your other brother from another mother. Patrick, accept me as the third person. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome to my panelists. You're welcome to this session, and being a SESEMAT graduate, some of us must have heard about SESEMAT somewhere. I also went through a lot of cycles of SESEMAT, and I think my brother here, being a physics and math teacher. And when Patrick was starting his session early in the morning, he gave us, he called it an initial question. Patrick, was it an initial question? Where you asked us that if you are at the crossroads and you want to make a decision, where would you go? Do you go by making a decision where there's data to inform it, or he left out with that question open, and I believe these questions are supposed to be answered at the end of the session. I want to believe that myself, Patrick, I'm answering your question, that I will definitely go to the side where data is going to inform me where I'm going. So thank you so much, Patrick, and to the panelists, you're most welcome. We are going to be a little bit brief because of the time aspects. I will basically be asking you direct questions, and I expect that you take as short time as possible and be precise. May I also request somebody to help me with the microphone? 2 microphones if possible, because one might be challenging to rotate if there's another microphone. In case not there, we shall, as teachers, we shall always be creative and innovative to see how best we can run the discussion. So I want to start with Daniel, who is our school network and system support strengthening manager, also doubles as the Deputy Country Director for Peace Uganda. Daniel, you took us through a session where you taught us a lot of what has worked. I want you to briefly inform us, how has Peace, the model you are using, the system strengthening approach, what informed that approach, and how has it helped to build the station?
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for the question. What informed our system strengthening approach? First of all, it originates from our own vision of peace, a world where all children enjoy an education that unlocks their potential. And it wasn't about our network of 30 schools or wherever we started, 15, and the trajectory as we saw it, but it was all about that every child matters to peace. And what were we doing beyond the network of 30 schools? That was very important to us because educating only the 16,000 is not adequate. It's not enough. It's just a drop. So how do we support the others also to really access quality education? And more so, one of our values is being collaborative rather than competitive. As you are aware, we run a network of schools, and when we started approaching, even the neighboring government secondary schools within the vicinity of the Peace schools, they thought we were working towards destroying them initially. And our own school leaders were saying, you guys, you are even supporting our competitors now because we are competing for the same market and so on. So it was all about really illustrating and demonstrating that every child matters. And it's our duty to support every child in school to have quality education. That informed our approach to system strengthening. And that's why whenever we see something that's really good, that has results, that impact better learning outcomes, we share with our colleagues in government that probably this might work. Can we try it out? And they've given us the avenue to really test these approaches. And that's how we've built our system strengthening. Yeah,
thank you so much, Daniel. That means there was denial at first and then acceptance came in.
Sure.
And these are normal things whenever something new comes up, including curriculum. We have passed through that stage of denial. Now we're at acceptance and we're there moving. I want now to go to Hassan. Hassan, you are a Peace school leader, and I'm very sure you are one of the victims of denial and acceptance. I am not sure at what level you are in now, but I am sure by the time you are on the podium here, it means you're at acceptance level. What factors have made you successful as a school leader, and how have you supported the other school leaders around you?
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And to roast the question, a number of factors have really enabled me to be a successful school leader. And I want to mention like 2 or 3, but the key to note here is strong and robust support from the peace organization at head office level and then at cluster level. In this, by equipping me with skills through training, on-site checks every now and again, other systems like inspections, audit, and the rest, all of them enabled me to keep focused. And on that, I ensure that I keep the school running to where it should be. In line with that, I add a point of a clear vision for the school as a school head teacher. I ensure that I had a vision that is focused on key learning outcomes for the learners, to have the school progress from one level to another. Remember, I started with that school, and so minus me having a clear vision, it means the school would not move from one level to another. So the vision I had for the school was intended to look at the teaching learning outcomes, students' welfare, and most important, staff effectiveness in terms of teaching and learning. And then the other one was about decision making that has always been based on data. Data that enables me to know where I am, where I need to go, and what it requires for me to move from one step to another in terms of students' attendance, attainment in class, teacher lesson attendance, and community feedback. So all those enable me to clearly define interventions to put in place to ensure that I move bridge from one level to another. And I'm happy to report that over the last 13 years, the school has systematically progressed in all aspects, in terms of enrollment, in terms of academic performance, in terms of staff empowerment, in terms of students' leadership, and importantly, on community relations. So all those have been achieved internally. Now, as a school reader in peace and having partnered with government schools under I&I, I've been able to support the system of inspection and improve by working closely. That is on how we have moved the peace systems and operation to other schools, by working closely with my colleagues in government schools. Number one is about my interaction in terms of one-on-one coaching and mentorship of colleague head teachers in government schools. I was privileged to be given 2 schools in my district to take care of in terms of support. And in that, I would work with them in terms of effective lesson planning by the teachers, school improvement plan, monitoring runners' attendance, teachers' lesson attendance, and teachers' performance targets, and then learners. I've been able to move those key areas of performance excellence to colleagues in government schools and even private, and I've been very much reached by those colleagues of ours to ensure that we move together at the same time we don't compete. The purpose of that is to ensure that what we have in peace does not only get limited into our schools, but also goes beyond to those other children beyond the peace reach. And that is what we have always done as a school reader. Finally, I think on that, by sustaining a highly performing school, a stable school, I've been working as a role model to most of my colleagues in Metoma district, both government and private schools. And so they have also emulated that if Bridge, which started in 2013, can maintain the momentum from 178 to almost 1,000 learners, keep performance high, disciplined learners, committed staff. So all those have been a model in terms of attracting them to come for benchmarking, but also to seek support from me and my teachers. And the most last one is that out of that, my teachers have been hired to go and support there, but also have produced many school readers, which is a very good kind of example to the colleagues in the district, the school readers. And on that, we are working together with government schools. We are not competing, learning from one another. And also, the key to note is that on the ASU platform, Metoma, I'm the chairperson of the academic committee. So while there, in our ASU arrangement, I am always given the platform to do coaching, to do training, CPDs and the rest. And all those have helped us in Metoma to work together and have moved all the key peace values to the schools, those which are under I&I and those which haven't been enrolled. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Hassan. I think we can all hear what Hassan has, his personal experience. And I think on this note, we need to clap again for Dan. That is pure success in strengthening the school. I also love the fact that you are able to generate a vision. I don't know whether the vision is for Hassan or is for the school. I would also want to appreciate you for the autonomy you now have as a school leader, which is very unique. It's always very challenging. I will be coming to Emmanuel to talk about his experience in a government setting. But I think all of us have experience in the government sector that autonomy might not be, the dancing around might not be so much easy, especially in terms of utilization of finances. Hassan might have the liberty to just call Dan that I need to transfer this money from this to this. We need the resources, we need the CPD, and it's allowed. Now for you, Emmanuel, you might not be at liberty to use your resources just like Hassan does. That is the autonomy I feel. You might be constrained, and it for Emmanuel is a bit relaxed. So on that note, Emmanuel, what key challenges do you consider having been addressed during your school improvement journey? What do you think has been addressed so far? Help me pass the microphone to Emmanuel.
Thank you, moderator. fellow panelists, the audience, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Emmanuel Nalumenya is my name. By the grace of the Lord, I'm the head teacher of Nsanji Secondary School, the best school in East Africa.
Wow, congratulations.
Now, that statement alone addresses the biggest challenge which has been addressed, which is negative mindset. The biggest challenge that has been addressed by the I and I strategy is negative mindset.
Maybe, Emmanuel, what is I and I for the interest of the audience?
I and I is inspect and improve.
Thank you.
What is not measured cannot be done. When people know that something cannot be measured, they will not do it. Where you don't inspect, don't expect. So inspection and improvement is a key strategy that has helped to address the challenge of negative attitude. At our school is a peri-urban one, but the learners we have a lot of challenges similar to what challenges have been addressed by the peace schools. And incidentally, one area that has greatly affected the learning outcomes is the low self-esteem. Our learners have low self-esteem, and one of the reasons, many of them are coming from humble backgrounds. So you realize right from childhood, they imagine they cannot achieve. They imagine they are far less human beings. So for me, what I use as a secret is telling them that they are the best people that God created. They are wonderfully and uniquely created in God's image. And that has been the game changer. So on the Inspect and Improve program, wherever we have gone, I happen to be a peer mentor. Previously, I was working with Mazi Vocational Secondary School in Luwero and Luwero Seed Secondary School. When we first went there, the attitude of the school leaders was quite negative. But when we shared, along the way, they embraced and logged on. Recently, we went to Chibale High School, Namutumba, and Banda Secondary School in Namayingo. Still, the attitude of the school leaders was still lacking. But through interaction and collaboration, these people came on board. And for me, wherever I go, I introduce myself as the head teacher of the best school in East Africa. And then they wonder. Then I tell them that no, yes, I'm building confidence and self-esteem among the learners. And once the learners believe that they are the best, they start working on themselves. Once the school leaders believe they are the best, they start working on themselves. Once the staff members, the teachers, believe that they are the best, they start working on themselves. So that is one critical challenge that has been addressed by the Inspect and Improve strategy. Actually, to me, the Inspect and Improve strategy has been the game changer. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. For the journey you have moved through, you have talked about several schools, you have cost impact. I call it impact now. Because changing the mindset of, especially, I've been in the classroom, honestly speaking, and the kind of leader you have in the school will give a signpost to everything in the school.
So I really thank you for being that kind of person who inspires, who tells others that we are the best. And of course, I think it goes with actions. By the time you tell learners you are the best, it means you have to improve the whole system, the whole school.
Surely.
You must be able to engage them in games and sports. They must be able to participate in each and everything. I think Emily talked about not addressing only the cognitive, but also the affective and the psychomotor of the learners. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to come down to director. I think one of the key issues that has come out is the collaboration. Daniel talked about it, Hassan has talked about it, teamwork has also come out from Emmanuel's submission. And we are all aware that we are here to improve the learning outcomes of the young person who is outside there. And that means there are so many stakeholders who are going to participate in improving the learning outcomes of the child. It's not only the government, it is not only the civil society organization, the educational partners, the parents at large are responsible for all this. So your engagement with Peace Uganda, would you share with us some of the key points that have made your collaboration with Peace a very successful journey? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Francis Atima once again. Allow me just to say a few things about myself.
It's okay.
I'm a graduate teacher, as you already mentioned, but I've been in inspection for the last 22 years, and I've gone through all the ladders, so I know inspection really well. And despite having been there, a lot of reforms on inspection have been undertaken, and there's evidence to show that. I also am a member of different boards. Around to recognize Patrick here. We share the same board in UNEB. Member of Council of National Council of National Development Council, NCDC, National Council of
National Cultural Development Center.
Yes, Development Center. I also want to recognize Goretti. She also appointed me to be a member of the board of WEZO, and really I am also a member of the board of the East African Civil Aviation Academy in Soroti, and at the ministry level I chair the Rewards and Sanctions Committee, and I hope my colleagues sitting next to me don't come there. Yeah, they should be coming for rewards. Not sanctions. I also chair the contracts committee of the ministry, and recently I'm also chairing the board for the loan scheme. So I just want to say that as in terms of other things that I do other than inspection are quite enormous. I'm also an alumni of Institute of Education in London, an alumni of Singapore National Institute of Education, alumni of National Institute of Education Shanghai, alumni of National Education of Shanghai, Philippines. And all that's about leadership and inspection. So therefore, it's not coincidence that we have a very good collaboration because of the wide knowledge. And I would like to say that Peace has been one of the longest partners that the Directorate of Education Standards has had. And of course, to sustain that relationship, it means there is value. Where there is no value, don't sustain a relationship. Because I must say we have had many partners that come on board, and the relationship ends in the boardroom. Because I realize there's no value addition they are coming with, and when you ask many questions, they never return. So I would like, first of all, to thank Peace, because one of the strengths that we've had with Peace is they've always been very, very consultative and aligning their work with what our expectations as government is. And I think that is really a plus. And also sharing what their best practices are. And in their sharing, we're also able to identify where are our gaps, for example, and if these are the gaps that we have, how can we leverage on your strength also to support the Directorate of Education Standards, specifically in the inspection function. And so one of the strengths that we leveraged on was, after inspection, how do we ensure that schools are supported to improve? Because inspectors investigate, they diagnose, they report. And we expect the schools and other actors to now take on the recommendations that have come from inspection. Now, one of the biggest gaps was the head teachers. When you go back, you'll find when they've done nothing. And so the story remains the same. So we, in our collaboration, we realized that, okay, if in the peace schools you have that strength, how do we work together to ensure that you support our school? So we agreed. Actually, in the first instance, we agreed it together and even selected the schools together. So there is nothing that peace does without our buy-in. And I think that is one of the greatest strengths they've had. And so they work together. We've also supported them. We've built their capacity, because we have more strength in inspection anyway. So we've built their capacity over time. And one of the things I have been challenging them, that you see, you've supported our government schools, but they are now performing better than you, so you need to pull your socks. So I think that's one of the challenges, because if you are supporting, then you need to be at your best. But also it means that the knowledge that they are passing to the schools is really good knowledge. It has knowledge of value, and so schools are embracing. You've heard from the head teachers here how they are also supporting the other schools. So we also collaborated in terms of utilizing. We said there is no need for duplication. The Directorate of Education Standards has the mandate to assure quality and to develop the tools that we use for assessing the quality of education. So what we agreed is they use the tools that already have been developed by the Directorate of Education Standards, so that we standardize the way we are assessing the quality of education. So we've even also supported them by giving them the tablets and giving them access to inspection system, so that we do not have duplication. So that's why you had done, I think in the morning, we informed them that we now have funding and we are planning to go to all government-aided schools. So there is no need for you to duplicate. Why don't you now put more of your energies to help to improve the schools using the inspection reports? So you see how now the value addition comes in. And so I think those are some of the and they also have quarterly meetings. They come to the directorate, I chair. So sometimes peace comes and becomes part of the directorate. I chair some of their quarterly meetings where we assess progress, where we share ideas. We also give input, they give input. So there's been so much collaboration. So whatever they do, we actually know. There is nothing that peace will do when they have not got any go-ahead from us. So that's how strong our collaboration is, and I would like to thank them for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. The collaboration is evident, it's written everywhere. I remember when we were implementing our program somewhere in Nakaseke, deep, I'm forgetting the name of the school, at the extreme there, where the Balalos are. I'm forgetting the name of the school. So we're also doing our activity in the school. leave alone Kinyogoga. There's another one past Kinyogoga. You continue in front. Ngoma says Ngoma seed something. So we're doing our activities, and the vehicle of peace came, and they're also doing support. They're supporting the teachers. We felt very nice having two partners, because we are partners in the education space. It was very nice to introduce, we are working with Luigi Giussani Foundation, we are working with Peace, and the school felt joy. That's the school where we worked, and honestly speaking, colleagues, schools that have been supported by any other partner, like for example, Peace, the access is a bit easy. These are teachers you can call for a workshop and everybody is willing to attend. When you go to, I think Leia was talking about school, how do you support the teachers? These things of lesson observation, lesson planning. You talk about, I want to observe your lesson. Everybody is saying, please, can you come and observe mine? This is something which is quite different in other schools, especially schools which have not been supported. So please, thank you so much for walking the journey with the school leaders and then together with the teachers. This is really something that is very positive, and for me, it is a big plus as a teacher. I remember teaching in a girls' school at one time, and then the inspector came some time back, leave alone these days, and everybody was fearing to be inspected. They just say somebody is coming from this, and people were running away, people were hiding. And I remember telling, he was an old man, I told him, let's go to my class. And I went to teach my girls in senior 3. I taught in a natural way. I didn't have a lesson plan at that time. I didn't have all those formal documents, but I went and delivered my content. I expected, had questions from him afterwards, but afterwards I said, young man, you're a very good teacher. I have appreciated this, the way you do this, the way you did this. However, next time it would also be better if you came with a lesson. To me, that was what I wanted to hear. Recognize my positives. At the end of it, I'll say what I would have come with to make my lesson better. And I think that is what has changed a lot with our current inspection now. It is more of support, not to come and look for where issues are. So thank you so much, Madam Atima, together with the whole directorate. Let me go to Madam Yvonne. Madam Yvonne, you are leading, I'm told, more than 500 schools? 2,000 good schools. The word is even biasing, good schools. So as you are managing the good schools, Madam Yvonne, if you had, at Raising Voices, if you had extra resources, you had all the time in this world, where do you think you would allocate your resources to make sure that safeguarding practices are in place in these schools?
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by saying that probably resources and time may not really be the biggest challenge to child safeguarding. I want to agree with Emmanuel that the biggest challenge is around the social norms. It's around the beliefs. It's really around the practices. That even when schools, even if you gave schools the most resources, for as long as a head teacher does not believe in the safeguarding of learners, it will not happen. And so when we are talking about child safeguarding, I would really want us to dwell on the practices, on the norms and the beliefs. It would really be good if our interventions would focus on the ecosystem that surrounds the child. When this child is in school, they are not only there for mathematics, but they are affected by so many other things. They're affected by the relationship with their peers, they're affected by the teacher-pupil relationship, they're affected by the community relationship, they're affected by their own relationship to the school. And so when you're looking at child safeguarding, it would be good to look at all these aspects, including the policy environment that will either ensure that the learners are safe or they are not safe. So would really advocate for like holistic approaches, or like more of a whole school intervention when we are looking at the safeguarding of learners. Sometimes you'll go to a school and they'll tell you, in this school we have a rights club, and that's how we are addressing the issue of what? Safeguarding. But a rights club in itself is not sufficient. For a very long time we worked with primary schools until about 2018, when we adapted the Good School Toolkit to work with secondary schools. Initially, it was purely primary. But one thing we discovered, for example, in secondary schools, first of all, when we went there, we started with a baseline study. And at the back of my mind, the assumption was that the violence may not be so prevalent like in primary schools, because these are older, they are more empowered, they are energetic, but we were shocked. When it came to statistics around physical violence, they were almost the same like primary schools. Emotional violence was actually higher in secondary schools than in primary schools. Sexual violence, not only from the teachers. The report we conducted actually showed that there was sexual violence happening. At peer level, it was even higher than what the learners were experiencing from what? From teachers. So that was like really an eye-opener. When we're adapting the toolkits at that time, we had so many assumptions that we tested, and that really showed that there's actually, when it comes to secondary schools, they still need for interventions around the safeguarding of learners. But it needs to be done in a very holistic kind of approach. We found like the students were very willing, by the way. There's no school we went to and the students didn't like the intervention. They were so willing, but students alone cannot change the culture of a school. So if teachers are not on board, if the community, actually the community was also a very big problem to bring on board. If the community is not on board, if the school administration is not on board, however much the students are willing and engaging in the activities, they cannot change the culture. So if we want to really ensure sustainable approaches to the safeguarding of learners, it's very important that we pay attention to the operational culture. How does the school do its things on a day-to-day? Do they have mechanisms? Do they have structures? How are they using the policies and directives from government? How have they adapted them in their own school? Do they have like a clear referral pathway? All those things are important. Are the teachers trained? And also, the thing is, it should not come, for example, for some of the schools, I really like in some of the schools where we have like maybe another partner supporting or NGO supporting, and they say if you use violence, we terminate your contract. That is really good. But you know, preventing violence would really be good if it is coming from the heart. That you know that it's not about my contract being terminated. Of course, that is one of the approaches. But it would really be nice if the teacher understands why it is important to safeguard this learner, not because they are afraid that their contract will be terminated. Because once they understand and appreciate, even if first of all, their contract will not be terminated, but if they don't, and their contract is terminated, they will go to another school which does not have that kind of intervention, and they will pick up the violence and whatever they were starting from there. So in terms of safeguarding, I think the biggest thing we need to deal with is have a comprehensive approach, but really ensure that the culture of the school, you know, in terms of safeguarding, it's just like a home. There are homes you'll go to, the man is barking, the woman is barking, the children are beating each other, the dog is barking. Basically, there's just chaos everywhere. And that's the culture within that home. So the same thing as a school. When you go to a school, you'll find the head teacher is abusing the teacher is abusing the learner's parent, the learners are abusing each other, there is chaos. Now, usually when you take just one approach, maybe a CPD, or you take maybe a child rights project, or you take just one thing, you're not going to address the bigger problem. If you're going to address the issue of safeguarding, start from that. Look at the entire culture of the school and look at the entire system supporting this child. And by doing that, you will achieve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Yvonne. A big round of applause for Madam Yvonne. Very deep experience. Thank you for sharing your experience. And I really want to agree with you that a whole system approach is the best. A school system is good. Culture of the school is key. But I think we would also need to go beyond the school and go to the community. community is key. I have a live example. I will not mention the name of the school, but it's in that pastoral community in Nakaseke, where that particular school, child marriage, a girl, the dropout of the girl child is not influenced by the school, but the issues are coming from the community. Where parents are negotiating, a girl reaches senior 2, the parents are already negotiating in the community, and by senior 3, the girl has been taken off. The school has no power. Actually, the school is trying to do more safeguarding than the community. They are fighting the community, actually. That's why I think Dr. Goretu has worked so much on community engagement. We are aware of those aspects on life skills and values. These are some of the key things to me. I would really, maybe this is a collaboration. We need to go even outside the school to go and talk to the community. Such that safeguarding is everyone's responsibility. I am very happy there are pictures there of girls getting bicycles. The community needs to be aware why the girl child has been given a bicycle, such that when they see a girl riding such a beautiful bicycle, everybody respects that's a girl child going to school. And of course, in our communities, these are communities which are off the tarmac. I know peace schools are really off the tarmac. When you see a teacher, I used to be in Iganga. So schools like in Mayuge, there's a school, it's called the Malongo. There's Malongo Peace. So you could live in Iganga. But when he comes from Malongo on a bike, you really see that the person is from somewhere. Dust all over. That is how far these schools are. And I want to thank Peace for promoting equality in African schools. Thank you very much. Hassan, as I come to you, as we spend 2 minutes responding to these questions, Hassan, would you share with the audience here how you have ensured that your staff in your school are very committed? You know, sustainability is not easy. You might tell them today do this, but week 1, week 2, week 3, months, term 2, up to year 4. How do you ensure that your staff at the school are committed, they are motivated to improve the learning outcomes Leah and the team have given us here, that this is how the grades are improving?
Yeah, thank you very much. At Bridge, first of all, I've been able to empower my staff to ensure they own the school. That's number one. That when you come at Bridge, all staff members, the teachers, are really very proud of their school, and they feel they own. And two, involving them in decision making. Then three, in terms of their capacity building, supporting them to grow, one, professionally, but also leadership skills. We do CPDs on leadership, on lesson delivery, on child protection, on lesson planning and preparation and everything. They have been able to know that we want them to be much, much better. Then two, recognizing their effort, as in terms of when they do better, recognize and appreciate support. Then, when you come to Bridge again, you find that my teachers, they feel empowered that even when Hassan is not around, they can move on the school. And that has been very key. And then lastly, the support I've given to my teachers that has always enabled them to move beyond Peace Bridge High School, to go and work in other peace schools as school leaders, also in government schools or other private schools as the school leaders. That one alone has motivated all my teachers that they know that at Bridge it is a school you can go through and become a leader. And that one, every staff member there that I'm working with is very much that I'm supporting them to move forward. And that one has made them to love their job, love their school, and support the children. Because, you know, out of supporting the children to become better citizens, perform well, behave well, become student leaders, that's when they will be recognized. In peace as an organization, but also outside. So all that I've done to ensure that my staff remain united. And finally, that kind of school ownership makes them to work together as a team. The team spirit is what is giving us an edge to move forward for the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hassan. And I think I heard you earlier on saying you have mentored around 13, is it 13 school leaders? Thank you for the mentorship, and I hope at one point that you, one of the persons you have mentored becomes also the head teacher of Peace Bridge High School. And of course, now the question is, where will Hassan go? That one will be upon Henry to see where to place Hassan, but maybe Hassan can come and begin working with Dan and make sure the system is strengthened, so that he leaves now managing a small group, manages schools. I'm already advertising Hassan to get another job. Thank you so much. Emmanuel, you have an opportunity. We have government stakeholders in here. I wanted you to, in case you, in just 2 minutes, what do you think government should do to improve schools across the country, such that the learning outcomes of that child down there improve?
Thank you, moderator. First and foremost, it's important for government to put in place clear guidelines on monitoring and evaluation, because that is critical. Monitoring and evaluation is very critical. So it is important that government puts in place clear guidelines on how that is to be done in schools. Now, on top of that, it should be mandatory for every school to have a strategic plan. You realize that many schools don't have strategic plans, which means they don't know where they are going. And when you don't know where you are going, any route can take you there. So it's a key challenge. So government should ensure, put in place a policy that every school must have a strategic plan. That is critical. And on top of that, every school should have a development plan that will guide the progress of schools. And issues of teaching and learning, infrastructure development, human resource would all be addressed in the strategic plan. Then the other issue is to ensure that inspection by the Ministry of Education and Sports, by the school leaders, is routine. What happens, these things are on paper, but actually on ground, they are not done. On paper, school leaders are supposed to inspect. But once they are not monitored, they will not inspect. That is why we appreciate PEACE and the Directorate of Education Standards for collaborating to support schools. And that is why the strategy of inspect and improve has greatly improved performance in the schools where it is implemented. So I kindly request government to ensure that every school has a strategic plan. Every school has a development plan. In every school, inspection should be routine, and that should be spearheaded by government and the partners, like PEACE collaborating with the Ministry of Education and Sports. Once there is routine inspection, then there is going to be improvement. School improvement plans must be annual and they must be mandatory. Because once there is inspection, the gaps are identified and those gaps are addressed in the improvement plan, which should be annual so that there is progress, improvement. The other strategy is to continuously engage school leaders in professional development. It should be deliberate. All these strategies must be deliberate. They should be deliberate to inform the improvement in learning outcomes. There is a question that was posed by Joseph that learners who come with low grades at PLE end up with low grades at UCE. Learners who come with high grades at PLE end up with high grades at UCE. Still, it is an issue of mindset, where we need to be deliberate and challenge these learners and support them and work closely with them and show them that they can deliver, they can perform. Because the truth is, every learner can achieve with the right support. Every learner can achieve. And it's not true that when a learner comes with low grades at PLE, they shouldn't get high grades at UCE. You realize that there are people who didn't perform so well at lower levels, but at higher levels they have excelled. So still it comes to support. Once people are supported, they achieve. So I want to encourage government to be deliberate. And I want to thank government that just last week, over the last 10 days, all school leaders were trained. There is a program, Uganda Secondary School Expansion Program. We really appreciate government for that program. Madam, we really appreciate that program. It was a rigorous program for 10 days. We did coursework, we did an exam. We really appreciate. We really appreciate. And all school leaders were very appreciative. And we request that such programs continue. Definitely school leaders will not remain the same, and the schools will not remain the same. I submit.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. And I want to lay out your fears that the program you are talking about is coming in the Leaders in Teaching program. It will support 2091 schools.
Thank you.
So there will be a leadership course led by the partners, and I want to assure you that peace is part of the process again.
Thank you.
I only pray that it comes to, whether it comes to your school or it doesn't come, pray hard. But there will be those opportunities. Thank you so much, Emmanuel, and I think we also need to appreciate the fact that school leaders are really trying their best to make sure that they do what they can within their means. But I think it also sometimes brings a question, are the school leaders self-driven? Such that with or without government, they must have the strategic plans. With or without the government, they have the development plans. Do we need the government to keep following you up? For how long will peace be there? And I think one of the goals of peace is to ensure sustainability. I think, Hassan, you bear witness, they are there, they will not hold you forever. Time is going to come when the journey will be cut. Peace will say bye to you, and they want to see you going. So sustainability issue could be something we need to look at in that perspective. So I want to come down to Director as I come to close. Director, now we have talked about the partnership. We have learned a lot with what we have done with peace so far. Can you share with us, so what next with the government? What is it that you have learned with that collaboration? And you can promise us that it is going to be mainstreamed into the government system.
I may not make the promises, but our minister has always said that education is a shared responsibility. And that's why partners come in to support government where government may not be able to reach. But you're still supporting government work. I think that needs to be very clear.
Yes, yes.
That partners work to support government. So therefore, whatever partners do need to be aligned with a vision of the Ministry of Education and Sports, with a Vision 2040, and all the others. So for us as government, so long as your interventions are aligned to our aspirations, I think government will not have issues with that. We'll only have issues if your interventions are not aligned to our aspirations. And I think government has already demonstrated that. We have numerous partners who have worked very, very closely to government, doing a lot of good work in different parts of this country, and we have seen a lot of achievements with their support. And we've also seen that some of the good practices have been taken up by government to improve on the learning outcomes generally, because all of us work to achieve one thing, to ensure that learning is taking place. That's all our contribution. So for us, so long as you are contributing to that vision of ensuring that learning is taking place, you are collaborating, you are networking, you are adding value, then I think we do not have any hesitation to continue working and supporting our partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you so much once more. Lastly, I want to get some closing remarks from Yvonne. I want to get your opinion. You have got experience working with government schools, with private schools, with the partner schools, possibly. What do you think, are there any differences in adoption, in the uptake of the approaches in the three categories of schools? Government secondary, government private, and then peace.
Yeah, I've had an opportunity, I think, to visit only 2 peace schools, but you could clearly see, like somebody earlier said, that usually they are more receptive. I think the head teacher, already they had a safeguarding policy, but the head teacher was like, sometimes the teachers will sign because they need that job. So we're there to really help the teachers have those reflections so that it's not about needing that job, but it's really about believing. It was about the conviction. So they really embraced the program. There was a school in Kasese, and it did really well. They implemented and completed all the 6 steps, and it was quite successful. When we come to government-aided schools, of course, secondary schools generally embracing some of these interventions around child safeguarding, sometimes it's challenging for them for different reasons. They will always give an excuse of time. The curriculum is so congested. Sometimes bringing parents on board, like I said earlier, is very difficult because these learners are coming from very far distances. So some interventions may be difficult. But for government-aided schools, because they know it is a requirement, they know they are mandated. All schools are mandated by law, but I think government schools are more compliant. So it becomes a lot easier. Now, the biggest challenge has been with secondary schools, private, especially those in urban areas. Kampala, Wakiso, Mukono. In one of the instances, we had the head teacher say, "Me, I will cane. I cannot." Whatever program you bring, I will still. This is how we've managed to get grades, and we get that a lot. And so at some point, we even asked the inspectors to help. In one of the schools, they slammed the gate at the inspector, and they told him, "You go back. You government schools, you have very many problems. You first go and solve the problems in your schools. Why are you coming to us?" So unless you find a school where the head teacher is already like progressive, the head teacher is already looking forward, so when you take some of these interventions, they embrace them. But that is not the case for most of our schools. When it comes to issues of safeguarding, especially in our private schools, because usually for some of the schools, first of all, the proprietors are not really from the education background. Some of them are doing it out of business. So somebody is thinking of and the assumption is the more beating, the more strictness, the more this, the better results, and the better results, the more students, the more money. So to have them understand that when a child is coming to school, it is more than grades. It is about the entire experience that they have. It is very, very difficult, especially if somebody is not coming from an education background. Sometimes the head teachers want to embrace the program, but then they'll tell you talk to the director, and when you talk to the director, they will not. So what we have learned over time is that even when you're introducing some of these interventions, the best thing is to understand what is driving this person. And at the end of the day, if it is learning outcomes, then your selling point should be around how your intervention is going to improve learning outcomes, so because that is what is driving them at the end of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Yvonne. I see how the programmatic aspects have entered you more than safeguarding itself. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I want to come to a close. I want to thank Madam Yvonne. I want to thank Emmanuel. I want to thank Madam Francis. I want to thank Mr. Hassan, and then lastly Daniel and myself. Please, if you think we have done something good, clap for us. Yeah, I was somewhere and they told us we're somewhere in some country with one of the ministry officials. And people clapped like that. Then he said, I'm quoting his words, we Ugandans are unique. When we decide to clap, we shall clap. When we refuse to clap, we shall not clap. Just because, as you say, let us clap. Few are clapping, others are there. So let us be Ugandans who decide when we want to clap, let us clap. I'm not going to call it a punishment, but I request that you clap for the 5 panelists who are here with myself. Keep clapping until we sit down. Thank you very much. Please don't be leaving the floor. They will become tired of clapping. Thank you so much, Patrick, and over to you, Patrick. Thank you. Okay. I've come back again to begin handling another session. Now we have all sat down. We had the panelists. In case you have a quick question you want to direct to one of the panelists, this is the time for us to reflect. Yes. From Maureen. You can put up your hands so that we deliver the microphone immediately when Maureen gets done. We switch on to you.
I don't have a question. I'm just grateful for the panelists. Mine is a prayer to the director, Des, requesting that some interventions come through for the private schools that are outside the influence of peace and the people that you have given us to take care of the schools. As a fraternity, the child protection fraternity, my colleagues will agree with me, we have so many children that are having safeguarding issues in those schools, and many cases that are tending towards mental health because of corporal punishment, because of emotional abuse. So it is my prayer as an influencer that something is done, because I know the directorate is effective. When you go there, they will know that they need to act on it. So I'm grateful to you for that, and I pray that it will be handled. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Since it's a prayer, prayers are not answered here. We receive them and go and meditate upon them. Any other quick question? A question or a comment? Thank you, Bram.
Yes, thank you for this interesting panel discussion. I found many topics very interesting, but I have a particular question also to the director of DES, the Directorate for Education Standards. I think earlier this morning a tip of the veil was lifted looking at the future, whereby the scope or the reach of schools for the the inspect and improve approach is going to increase. And this is, I think, also one of the aims under the upcoming LIT project with the MasterCard Foundation. And as VVOB, we are also involved in that, so we are looking forward to that. And the question is, if indeed the scope is going to increase to over 2,000 schools, are the necessary human resources, the number of inspectors in place to scale up this inspect and improve approach to more than 2,000 schools? It would be interesting to see, to get a little bit of insight into that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bram, for that good insight. Any other? Patrick? Okay, thank you. Dr. Guretti?
lot of learning, so thank you very much to you all. But also, yes. Okay. Yeah, so I hope you heard my first comment. Beautiful panel, a lot of learning. Thank you very, very much. But there are also some very good practices that they seem to be working, and many of them don't need a lot of resources actually to scale up. Little practices like the head teacher, I think the head teacher of Runsanji.
Yes.
Even building confidence in the students and the teachers that this is the best school. Small change, which is making a huge difference. And it reminded me of our old days when I used to go, in my time of primary school, we were going to dilapidated schools, sometimes sitting on the floor, but we were very, very proud of our schools, and actually even the results could show. So if we could instill some of those practices, no money needed, but things are working, so I'm really looking forward to documenting some of these practices that are working, that can work elsewhere, with minimal resources. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goretti. And that is now the values in the school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Peace, for the good work. I'm not an archbishop, but I want to answer one of the prayers. Yes. Two of our appointed time with the country director have not happened because of being busy. But the design is that with the Department of Private Schools and Institutions, the Federation of Non-State Education Institutions will be having a capacity strengthening clinic for directors and proprietors of private schools. And tomorrow, Fene is supposed to meet with the commissioner and Mr. Mugisha to agree on the framework. So the prayer is halfway answered. And your country director will be part of the conversation for scale up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One answer indeed answered. I want to request director to first respond to Bram's question, then I will come to, unless it's also an answer, a follow-up. Okay.
It's a protocol. I'm not changing. Thank you, colleagues. Mugisha Henry, Principal Education Officer, Private Schools. I'm just going to rush, but make some key things. I want to use this opportunity because I've had partners in the room. But as a sector, we have a challenge. You do very good work, but you concentrate in one region or one district or one area, and making a disservice to those areas where we still need those services. So when I hear the private schools, which I'm about not to defend but to talk about, why don't we try to do this good work in areas where partners are not there? You find more than one partner in one district, and really you feel they would have gone somewhere. Then too, I think it is not good to mention names, but I will mention my brother Henry. I've seen a presentation on leadership and management. And in the ministry, particularly in the department, we have approved quite a number of boards of governors in peace schools. I would have loved to hear you mentioning how you work closely with the approved boards of governors in peace schools. This thing remained very silent in your presentation. And I would like to use this platform that when the boards of governors are approved, particularly peace where you're doing something good, can we do the gazetting of those boards, invite ministry to induct them on their roles and responsibilities, and then inaugurate them? That would do us good. The other one is a concern. That's why I requested that my director speaks last. You're doing a good training of teachers in peace schools. But when adverts come, you lose them almost. You lose them all. And that is something that you need to think about, because you have to start training afresh. And why they are taking them? Because they are really good people. So may you think of a strategy. I was somewhere seated with one of your partners in the other group and said, wow, how can we sustain these teachers such that we reduce on the rate of teacher turnover? With the other issue of, I can't remember the name. Yes, it is true. In all private and government schools, there is violence against children, but there are more in private schools. I would request, we have approved quite a number of guidelines. What is lacking in our private schools, or what is the challenge with the private schools, is capacity gap, is knowledge gap. There are guidelines, there are toolkits, there are school entry, there are guidelines on parenting. It's quite a lot. So since partners in the room, can we think of partnering with the department and we disseminate these guidelines and we shoot in the same goal? Lastly, I think my sister, the neighbor here, I don't know whether she copied me. When you do this good work, document, but after documenting, why don't you share with the ministry? And we benchmark. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The guidelines is something which is really very key. So many documents, but they are not disseminated. I was consulting with my friend Bram, because in the Leaders in Teaching program, where school leadership is a component, it is something we have to work on. Time is going to come when we are coming to your office for support, and see how best all those frameworks and guidelines can really reach the teachers and to the schools. Thank you very much. At this time, I want to, I don't know whether Henry, you have something to respond in regards to what he has said, but I know it is something possibly to say. I've taken note and reflect upon it, but in case you have something to say, you can say it. Direct over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all those good comments. I think there were issues around safeguarding, but I would like to inform you all that the Directorate of Education Standards has been reviewing the basic requirements and the minimum standards, and we reached out to most of you to give your input, and we are doing our final validation. And one of the emerging issues we're addressing in the basic requirements are really issues around safeguarding, very, very pronounced this time. So I think that is a step towards a good direction. So the other one is about the number of inspectors vis-a-vis the number of schools. I would like to tell you, in the last financial year, we inspected 4,800 secondary schools, 100% government, and the others private. And we are continuing. So what we are doing right now is, in order, because we realize we're overstretched, we have what we call the associate assessor model, where we identify retired but not tired educationists, and also people with expertise, even if they are not yet retired, and we are going to train them on inspection skills. And so when we have inspection activities, they will accompany, they will work together under the supervision of inspectors. And we shall leverage on the expertise as well. For example, if you're a retired head teacher, you may be having more strength in management than I, the inspector. So I will focus more on the issue around the quality of the environment, the teaching and learning processes, and leave you to interact closely using the quality indicators that are there with your fellow head teachers. So I think that is one way that we'll be able, that's why I was mentioning that even Peace work with us as associate assessors, because the law is very clear who an inspector is. An inspector must be assigned that role. You must have gone through interviews by Education Service Commission, or District Service Commission and appointed as an inspector. So whoever goes to a school, you must be having that document. And the other thing that I also want to mention that the directorate is also finalizing on the standard operating procedures for inspection of schools. So that also will give guidance on how inspection should be done and standardized across the board, whether by the local government inspectors or central government inspectors, and any other person who would want to carry out that role should be guided by the standard operating procedures. Now, in terms of continuous support and sustainability, Peace had come up with a mentoring guide because they've been doing mentorship, and so the directorate has picked it up, and we are going to improve on it. And so we are procuring a consultant, and we hope that now, once the mentoring guide comes, we identify strong head teachers, train them, and they will have that mentoring guide to help them support other schools. So those are really areas that we are looking at to ensure sustainability of learner improvement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Any other issue? I believe this has been the last response. Madam Munia, we do teacher training a lot. We do capacity building of teachers. In a workshop, how do you present a presenter who has been there for 20 minutes more, so that he also sits when he's happy? Presenter well-being, how do you appreciate the presenter?
Maybe, Emma, there are some questions that my namesake, Henry, raised. I know he likes provoking questions. And but he's a good supporter of peace, so he visits our schools so often, so he can't miss a school when he goes to the field. So just to maybe one or two things he mentioned. We have, yes, teacher retention is a challenge across the private sector. Not just peace schools, not just peace, but across all of us in the private sector. For obvious reason, government increased pay that none of us decide can match, especially those not, high-end schools, as you can imagine. So majority of our teachers are crossing to go to government whenever there is an advert to join or an opportunity. And I can assure you there is no peace teacher who sits an interview and fails. So they're always appointed to become teachers of government. I think in this recent round we are losing about 3 leaders in our schools. But that said, we are not worried. Now, there's a year, the last year or the other year, is only time we lost about 100 teachers in the network. But that's just 10% of our teachers. So it's not a huge percentage loss, as you put it, that so many, no, the so many is about less than 10% that we lose. But we are not worried about that. When teachers go to teach in government, we know that they are going to scale up our model, our approaches. And they are also going to improve, those same schools. And they are teaching Ugandan children. So we don't have a problem with that. So we are happy to release whichever teacher wants to go to join government, but recruit more teachers, again, train them to become better teachers. So, yes, we have, but also I want to assure you, we have teachers like Hassan, who said he's been around for 14 years, who have been retained for quite a long time. And because of other systems we don't want to go into, that help our teachers get retained in our schools. We are working on sharing our good work, and this is part of the sharing of our good work in terms of documenting and sharing. And we are working on a strategy on how we can package better, but also share with the ministry and other stakeholders our work beyond just meeting in such a conference. And yeah, we miss talking about the boards, it's true, but we know the ministry supports us quite a lot in approving boards for the schools, and they are doing a great job in our schools. But it's one of the areas where we had a lot of impact in terms of how we connect through the boards, connecting our schools with the community, and the boards really helping us run our schools, because our schools are run in the same way any other private schools run. So even if we own them, we set up the systems, the structures that help them to run. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry. My session is done. Thank you so much. Unia, you can appreciate me.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. I won't appreciate him alone. I want to appreciate the panelists, and probably we take together even the presenters of the day, simply because we are coming to an end. So we are going to give them what we call a love clap. Grace, you know a love clap. Good. You are going to demonstrate. All right. I want to say thank you to everyone for those beautiful comments on what we do. I work as the head of school network, so that's where the models start. Once they work, we then roll out. But we do appreciate that what we've found as good and working, you're also showing us that, yes, we have the same thinking. Thank you so much. So that's why I'm choosing to give all of us a love clap. Grace, let's demonstrate for those who don't know the love clap, so that you can demonstrate it on me. Yes. You don't give him a hug. Hey, give him a hug. We are now giving it to our panelists. Maybe they stand up. Please. I'm just requesting. Requesting that you stand up and receive the love clap. Okay, we can all stand, but the panelists maybe will go to the front so that they receive. Our wonderful panelists, together with their moderator. Emma, you've done a good job. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Emma, when I grow up, I also want to receive a love clap like you. All right. Thank you. We've almost come to the end of the session. I just want to take us through something very basic. What you're seeing displayed is the QR code for the evaluation of the conference, and we'll certainly be more than delighted to receive your feedback. So feel free to capture it and share with us your feedback on how the process has gone. During the break tea, a colleague interrupted me and said my name was too long, that it was a sentence. Permit me to remind you, it is Okeng Patrick Michael. And so if you fear using it, but I'm giving you this hint, don't share it with any other person because they will misinterpret. The abbreviation of my name is OPM, and it is just for this session, okay? O standing for King, and P Patrick, and M Michael. Now, permit me as my last sharing on this. There are key people who have played very critical roles in ensuring that this event really takes off, especially from the side of peace. And I want to recognize some of them in your presence before Henry comes in to wrap it up. Core among the team members is actually the lady, the honorable lady who has just led us in the Love Club, and that is Unia Nachito. We call her UN. She's the head of school network, and she has played a very critical role in organizing this conference. Unia, we honor your commitment. Next to her is Elizabeth Amuge, who is the head of operations. And you can understand that as I was recognizing her, she was actually outside still making the final touches in charge of operations. So, Liz, we want to honor you in making sure that we pull this off, you know, in putting this conference together. She's the head of operations. Thank you. The other person is indeed the head of quality assurance. Head of quality assurance, who doubles also as the deputy country director, Daniel Chasanga. There's a lot of work that happened leading to this session, including, among others, putting articles in the papers. Those of us who have been following, he was a critical component of that, supported candidly by the gentleman right behind there, Joseph Mwegombe. I know you spent some sleepless nights making sure that those articles were published. Thank you. Then the other lady who also took a lot of time, went out of our way to ensure that data, in fact, ladies, that we had ready data to be shared during this conference in a very special way. Leah, please, you stand up for recognition. I know you almost never had sleep last night, making sure that everything is in order, together with Barbara Nafula Kelvina. Thank you for, bringing this together. Then the logistics. I know we have Ivan Chimera, who has been, putting everything, knitting everything together to ensure that all is well. So thank you, Ivan, and of course making us look nice, together with our friend Tracy. Tracy, thank you so much for the work you have done. I don't want to forget Maureen Kizito. Yes, our own. Yeah, thank you so much. Please, if I have forgotten anyone, you will forgive me. Then the media team. You guys have done as well. I have been following everything. We were streaming live for those of us who are not aware. So don't get surprised when relatives and friends or even enemies call you and say, by the way, I have been seeing you here. So thank you so much, media team, for the awesome work that you have done. And of course, the events manager led by Esther Atuse for the awesome work that you have done. So I want to believe that all is well. It's been really a privilege and an honor to stand before you and hear all those great insights that you have shared. With all those very few words, allow me now to invite the country director, Henry, to take it away as we move towards the closure. Thank you. Henry, over to you, sir. Remember, the photos are still on the wall, so gallery walk. We'll keep on walking as we complete.
Right. Thank you, Patrick, for leading us into this session where we are nearly closing. Yeah, where we are nearly closing our session or our conference for today. Indeed, we are in the conference closing session. Before I make a few more remarks, allow me to welcome our Board of Trustees Chair for Peace. Not for Peace Uganda, but for Peace, as in Peace Global. That's Apollo Gabazira, who is with us here. And at some point, he will be delivering the closing remarks for this conference. Welcome, Apollo. Colleagues, as Okeng has mentioned, Patrick, we are closing our conference. But before I I thank everyone one more time, I want to say that I need to remind you three things first. That as an organization, we believe in the three things. One is that we build and operate great schools. And that we have mentioned this through the day. So if you forget anything else, don't forget that one. That Peace builds and operates great schools. The other second thing I wanted to remind you today, which is your takeaway, is that we support others to run great schools. So from building and running our own schools, we also support others to run great schools. We collaborate with others to run great schools. We know that we not only work with the government, there are also other partner organizations that own schools that have approached us several times to support them to improve their schools. We have quite a number of them that have reached to us to support them. And that is very okay with us, because beyond our own schools, we would want to see that other schools are also improving. So we run great schools. We build and run great schools. We support others to run great schools. And then the third one is that we aim to strengthen the system. So the learnings that come from us running our great schools, the learnings that come from us supporting others to run great schools, helps us to work with the entire system to improve it. The system, what I mean by system is the education system, where we work collaboratively with the Minister of Education, as we have had the conversation here this afternoon, but also through the day. We've been talking about how, as an organization, we support and collaborate with the Ministry of Education to ensure the system is effective, or supporting it to make sure that everyone is doing their job. So those are the three things I wanted to remind you about. And these are also written in the brochure at the back in terms of what we do. Now, the other thing is to just highlight a few commitments. Out of those three things then, we are, of course, continuing to commit to improving learning outcomes, not just in our schools, but also in other schools, because at the end of the day, we want to see better learning outcomes. We want to see children get out of school when they can contribute to the economy, they can have a better livelihoods. So we aim to make sure that we are committing to continuing to improve learning outcomes across the sector, across every school. We definitely value the collaboration and continue to commit to collaborate with the ministry to work together. We, as Madam Atima mentioned, we collaborate with the Ministry of Education and make sure we implement our programs. So we are still committed to that. We are also committed to, of course, partnering with our fellow colleagues in the sector. And the reason why all of you are here is to understand who we are, our work, but then later collaborate to see how much we can deliver in this country as far as education is concerned. Because in the sector of education and other development sector areas, I think collaboration is the most important thing now. It's not working as competitors, but rather working as collaborators to make sure you achieve the goals of the sector. So we are open to collaborating with our fellow partners, with our fellow colleagues, with peers, to see that we improve learning outcomes in this country. And then also, we work and we continue to work with our school leaders. Our school leaders are critical in this change. They're very, very critical in this change, because we can talk a lot about education in this boardroom, in this meeting. We can talk a lot in our offices, but it's until you go to the school and see that there's change at the school level, that you can see better learning outcomes, you can see better learners getting out of school, you can see, citizens contributing to improving their country. So we value school leaders, and we commit to continue to work with you to improve learning outcomes, to have better students, good students, a holistic approach to learning, supporting learners holistically, to make sure they are coming out of school when they are ready to fit into the world, especially the world of work. And I know we have two school leaders here in terms of our school network, but we didn't introduce our other school leader. This is Abo Kezia. This is over there. Kezia is our school leader from Mayuge. She heads a school called Sarantiro. And I must say that in a space of 2 years, 2 years now, 3 years, 2 years. In a space of 2 years, she's been able to turn around the school and make it a great school. By the time she joined the school, we were nearly closing the school. But at the moment, right now, it is one of the most great schools we have in the network. Thank you, Kezia. So that just emphasizes the point I'm making around school leadership. So leaders in the school play a critical role. If you have a good leader in the school, you will have the better results in the school. And that, for us, we know. So we focus a lot on leadership, and that's very important. And then, in terms of future as an organization, we are looking at continuing to improve our school network. I know Director mentioned that some of our schools are now outcompeted by government schools. Yes, we know, and we are very much aware. In most cases, because of the leaders in those schools. So we are trying to improve our leaders every other day to make sure that learners and the entire school is effectively running. So we are committed to continuing to improve our school network, make sure it's an exemplary network. Most of our schools where they are in the districts, many other leaders come and learn from them. So that is what we are looking at in the future. But also, as I mentioned in the morning, we are not looking at building more schools. We are looking at expanding our existing schools, creating more spaces. Some of our schools are oversubscribed. There's more children needing to come to those schools than the space we have. And we are very compliant in terms of our capacity. So we can't have children sleep in corridors, sleep everywhere. we just have to make sure one learner, one bed, for instance, for those in boarding. So we'll try to expand our existing starter secondary schools, build more infrastructure, and make them better schools to admit more students. We are definitely excited with the upcoming Leaders in Teaching program, which we are going to implement under the MasterCard Foundation support, where we have about 10 partners working together. And this partnership is going to expand to 2,091 secondary schools. And we are on board because of the work we have shared with you today. Because not every partner who is in secondary education is on that consortium. So we are very, very happy that we are part of the consortium, and we are looking forward to scaling up that work in the 2,091 secondary schools in Uganda. So that is one of the things we are excited about that is coming up. Of course, as I mentioned in the morning, our strategy at some point will be ending in 2026, and we will be embarking on developing a new strategy that will take us to the next decade. So with those, I want to now turn to thanking. I know Patrick has done a great job in thanking my colleagues from PEACE. Thank you for supporting and ensuring this conference is effectively delivered. But I want to join Patrick and thank everyone who has turned up to this conference. Please join me to clap for the Ministry of Education officials who have been in this room. I know quite a few came in the morning, then went back to another meeting. There have been so many meetings going on, in fact, around in this same hotel. And so, but thank you so much, our colleagues from the ministry, and for coming. We are grateful for your collaboration and support. And especially now, we have Director Des and Assistant Commissioner who are still here with us. We want to thank very, very much our partner organizations, our peers who are here, who some of them were in the morning here and then left in the afternoon because of other commitments. But we want to thank you sincerely so much for being with us here today. And we can't thank you enough. All we can say is that we are in this ecosystem to support each other, and we will definitely revenge when the time comes. But thank you for being with us, all of you. Please clap for them. We want to thank our school leaders who have been here today. Some of them have been on the panel. Thank you so much for sharing your insights around school leadership and how you have supported schools and how the Inspect and Improve plus our network has grown and has improved the schools. Please clap for them. Definitely, we've had many other stakeholders belonging to different categories, either advocacy groups or influencing groups or any other category. We have my colleague here, Patrick, from FNA, private sector. So please, let's clap for other categories of participants who are with us, plus the media. Thank you so much, media, for everything that you have done in live streaming, but also anything else that you're going to do even post this conference. Thank you so much for the great job. Yeah, as I conclude, I want to wrap it up by inviting our board chair to come and give his closing remarks on behalf of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Henry. I understand how tired we are. It's coming to 5 p.m. here, and I'm a Ugandan like you, so let's keep it tight, and in the 10 minutes and we get away and do other things Ugandans do. So my name is Apollo Gabazira. I'm the board chair for Peace Global, and I represent a diverse group of trustees. I was looking at the list here. Africa, we have Sierra Leone, we have Ghana, we have Uganda, we have Zambia, we have the US, we have UK. So quite a very diverse group. So I speak for them this afternoon. The director, Des, assistant commissioner, donors, if they are still here, partners, Henry Senkasi and your school team, who I know many of them are here this afternoon. Stakeholders that I may not mention, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for accompanying Peace today as they share the story of the work they've done in the last many years. An institution that started with one school today has 30 quality schools. I think that's something that deserves a mention and a hand clap. Let me, in the interest of time, let me say I'm going to speak through the lens of trustees. Our job, the number one job I do as a trustee, as a chair, is to ensure that Henry and his team in this country are doing the three things that is spoken to. And I can tell you we are very, Henry would tell you, we know our job, Henry, right? He said that they build and operate great schools, they support others to run great schools, and that they aim to strengthen systems. And we ensure they are doing that. Every time we meet, every time we convene, every time we review, we are looking out for that. Even in this room, as I arrived, as I looked, I was looking out for that. And Henry, let me congratulate you. The optics I got today, and I know we have to go back into our schools and see that, but the optics I got today, the data and analytics work, the presentation, I got the desk director and team speaking, is impressive. I think you've come a long way, and I want to thank you for that. There is something that really amused me today. Kezia's school, I think you said it's Kezia. I was at a board meeting, as Henry would know, in this very country, and the whole board was here, and I was top of the list that was pushing to close that school. Because for us, the metrics, the things we were looking for, just weren't there. In a period, Henry, of only 2 years, you've done the turnaround. Well done, lady. I want to speak to 5 things as a trustee for the trustees, and we'll leave it at that. What do we see? What do we want to see Peace presenting to the world, to Uganda and the other countries we work in? For us, it's partnership over competition. When we do work, as charities, as quasi-charities, as Peace may be looked at, we want to compete. But here, partnership is what makes lasting change possible. And I think Henry has spoken to that so well. Working with the government schools while maintaining our network, your network, Henry, demonstrates sustainable collaboration. And I think that's what this network is about. It's not about competing, it's not about dog eat cat, it's about a sustainable collaboration that gives back to the country, gives back to the world. These are public-facing schools, and that's what we demand as trustees, and I think that's what you've presented today and going forward. Second thing I've already touched, evidence-driven innovation. Systems like ours at Peace and many others can purport to do work and claim to do work, but at times the evidence is very thin. I think I applaud Henry, his leadership and Peace. I think this conference has demonstrated your commitment to sharing knowledge and not hoarding it, not trading it. It's free, it's here, we've all seen it, and you'll continue to see that. Leadership as a multiplier. I think one of the things we see constantly at board level is the ability of Peace as a brand to influence leadership, to go deepening leadership approaches across their schools and the partners they work with, including the government. Peace focus on school-based leadership creates ripple effects. It goes through the system all the way from where peace is presenting that to the bottom. This is how this institution, this brand scales without losing quality. The fourth one, and one that is very close to my heart as a trustee and as a development worker, is the rural reality. You don't find the quality of schools I've traveled and seen across the peace network in rural environments. It takes money to run these schools. Some of them may not necessarily be breaking even, but they are serving critical, vulnerable communities, especially girls that I've seen in some of our schools, including very poor girls in boarding schools. Fortunes have been turned around, and I think, Madam Director, from this and the Assistant Commissioner, there is a model here to be borrowed from this wonderful brand in peace, that we can run schools as the government does, but we can run schools at a very high standard in terms of quality and be able to keep the fees affordable. That's something we are keen to see as a board, and that we'll continue insisting on for as long as peace is a brand working in this country. And then the last one, I promised to do 5 in the interest of time. The last one is systemic thinking. I think Henry Senkasi spoke to the systems approach that they take. And I saw Uwezo here, I think Dr. Goreta, I don't know if she's gone, and many other partners that I've seen on the list. But our systems strengthening work has been an evolution. It's an evolution that is deepening. It's an evolution that has, in my very humble opinion, Madam Director Des, has showcased partnership, viable partnership, value-adding partnership between a school system like Peace and the government of Uganda that gives us permission to operate in this country. They are working with, at times it's hard for us to believe as trustees that a unit of 30 schools are working with 215, Henry, I think last time I checked, government schools alongside our 30. That demonstrates to you, Henry, and your team, sector leadership that you can't take for granted, that you shouldn't surrender. And I've seen VVOB here, and this big project we are all getting into. Interesting times we are getting into there, a chance to showcase and a chance to deepen the work that you've already done in that space. So in conclusion, as I sign out this afternoon, as I said, we have to let people go and be Ugandan. In conclusion, Henry, stakeholders, partners, government officers, I want to end with the question, what is not what to do that we should be asking, but is how to scale and sustain the peace model, the peace approach. So I repeat this as I conclude. It's not what to do that we should be asking. I think we've already hacked that. We've got that right. It's how to scale and sustain the work that they've already proved can be done. On that note, allow me end there. Allow me thank you for spending time. Some of you taking away time, many of you from your very busy schedules, to attend this impact sharing workshop. To your team, Henry, great job done. We see Peace Uganda going places. We know that peer country officers have got a lot to learn from you, Zambia, Ghana, and all these places that we're working in. So keep up the good job. We are here to support. We are here to accompany, even as we question and hold you high hold you to the very high bar for standards. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Board Chair, for keeping it brief and to the point. Of course, the Apollos are known for that. So friends, without wasting a hint of time, I had already signed out. I have come back just to recall the following. Number one, we are going to have some photo moments, just photo moments. And we are going to start with the panelists and their moderator. So I have just been requested that the panelists, Madam Director, permit us to again disturb you for the very last time to march to the stage and have your moment with the moderator. So Yvonne, Francis, Daniel, yes, and Emmanuel. Please, let's return. And I believe the media team, you are ready. After that, please don't move an inch if you've not been called. Don't move an inch. All of us have our space in this moment. So the media team will guide you on how to do it, whether to stand, whether to sit. Yeah, that you just stand. Yeah, he's going to. Yeah. So you stand according to your size or height. No, it's the media team guiding, not me. Yeah, so after that, we will add 2 more people to that team, and that will be the country director and the board chair. Just join these panelists and their moderator. Immediately after Henry and Apollo have joined, the list will continue increasing. Unia and Elizabeth, you will join the team. Yeah, Apollo and yes. So Unia, you should be on your way, and Elizabeth to join the team as we grow the team. So is Judith. Judith, you should be close as well. Judith, join this team as well. The next photo will have Judith. Judith, you are in it. Together with Henry. Henry, please join. And my namesake Patrick Kaboyo, you're part of that team as well. I think some people will sit in front just to, yeah. Some people can sit. Yes, Francis, Apollo, and country director, you can sit so that there's, yeah, because that number is just going to grow. Yeah, it's just going to keep growing. Yes. Yeah, let's have more people. Judith, I think you can be in front as well. Yeah. Media team, wait. Just pause as Judith takes her seat. Yeah, so after that, while we keep in that posture, the head teachers, Kezia, Abo, I don't know how I forgot to thank you, but God knows. Kezia, together with Fred, joined this team. Those are our head teachers, I and the network. Okay. So, Kezia, as you join, the ladies and gentlemen who are so smartly dressed in your white attires with that green shade, from Tracy to Maureen to Barbara, Ivan, Leah, and Joseph, you're joining next. Yes, Tracy, Ivan, you are next. No, you. The other one. Joseph, first lift this.
That's what the plan is. We need to work with them. Yeah, they need to move. Others need to go out. What do you think? They are tired. They want to go.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep it there. Okay. So this is the last photo. I know the moderator and the team, they are almost getting fatigued. So it's me who has been missing. So let me finally join. Okay, thank you so much. I know there is a team remaining behind. The peace team, you can remain behind. The peace team, please remain behind. The peace team, you remain behind. Yeah, with the head teachers, peace team and the head teachers, all the head teachers by the I and Yeah, if you've not yet given us your feedback, please, the QR code is still up. Please scan it and, yeah, scan it and share.